This planet is at a tipping point. The headlines seem to agree. In fact, it might be the only thing we can agree on. We seem to be caught in the same old pattern of booms and busts, haves and have-nots. Pushed to the brink by COVID-19, we find ourselves more divided than ever. And despite staggering sums of money being printed, many continue to struggle. We simply can't afford to wait for the pattern to repeat itself. Today, people are choosing open platforms powered by blockchains, ensuring money flows through the hands of everyday people.
Institutional investors are getting engaged.
A new wave of global institutions are investing in Bitcoin and blockchain technology, while demand for cryptocurrencies has reached historic heights, forever changing the way we give to the causes we care about and how we exchange, earn, and spend. The future is decentralized. The world is moving forward. We're building new systems to increase the freedom of money for everyone. But it'll take all of us working together to push past the tipping point.
We have a Binance Smart Chain that's finally released, a $100 million fund for the Binance Smart Chain ecosystem community.
I think that Bitcoin is the solution to 7.8 billion people's problems. They just don't know it yet.
We can watch the world change, or we can change the world.
XIP ecosystem is designed to decentralize the internet and overcome monopolistic control over domain names and top-level domains. A blockchain DNS solution where agnostic NFTs preferred by you identifies your domain and top-level domain. XIP token is an agnostic usage and governance token released initially based on the Binance chain. XIP tokens will be used to buy, sell and auction domains and top-level domains, while token holders will get staked when domains and TLDs are purchased and auctioned.
May 7th, 2020, Freeton was created by 13 big validator companies from all over the world. A completely decentralized world created by the power of community. Freeton has never had any particular owner. It doesn't have an ICO. All funds from the givers serve as the reward for the useful and important for the network actions via competition-based contests. Freeton got very big partners. After having engaged 1,000 partners, Freeton will have 1 billion of users. Do you want to become part of that? You can. Enter the contests. Offer your contest to the community. Engage partners with big audience. Or just buy tokens and take part in staking. Are you ready to join the decentralized world? We are waiting for you.
The global economy is in a state of flux. Technological changes happen at the drop of a beat, with adoption of innovations accelerating at unprecedented rates, steadily increasing the rhythm of our daily lives and demanding a new cadence in which we live, work, and invest. Blockchain technology offers a new paradigm in sharing information, while improving cybersecurity, scaling efficiencies, and creating value. As the world's largest digital assets exchange, OKEX helped to shape the future of this exciting market, helping you to make sense of the dynamic flows of information and developments, connecting you with the most relevant market opportunities. In a world of fast-paced technological change, OKEX is defining blockchain, redefining markets, and offering more options to traders. It's okay to be more resolute. It's okay to be more daring. OKEX.
Did you know you can earn passive interest on your digital assets? With Aave, you can lend and borrow cryptocurrencies through an easy, secure DeFi protocol. Lenders deposit tokens and receive an interest-earning representation called A tokens. Deposit USDC and receive A USDC. Deposit DAI and receive A DAI. You can withdraw your assets at any time. The interest earned on A tokens will vary based on market supply and demand. Deposits sit in a global liquidity market, meaning that when demand is high, interest rates increase. This all happens automatically, without having to actively manage or monitor your position. With Aave, you can take out a loan by depositing collateral to borrow any supported assets. Repay the loan, along with any incurred debt, to unlock your original deposit. With passive interest paid in real time, it's no wonder Aave has aggregated billions of dollars in deposits to date. Head over to aave.com to get started today.
Current revenue-generating methods don't allow publishers and businesses to offer an enjoyable, ad-free browsing experience. We need a new solution that brings everything together to benefit businesses and users alike. That's why we made Gather. Gather is a blockchain-based network that improves the online experience for users, generates additional revenue for publishers, reduces cloud computing costs for enterprises, and makes running a proof-of-work blockchain easier. Instead of spamming users with ads to generate revenue, Gather runs in the background of your site, and with each user's consent, aggregates their idle processing power. Then it distributes said power to enterprises for cloud computing and to developers for cryptocurrency mining. Publishers receive payment in cryptocurrency or fiat, users get to enjoy an ad-free browsing experience, and developers deploy their secure blockchains without the need to find new miners. Ultimately, it's a virtuous cycle that radically changes digital monetization and revenue generation to provide a superior experience for the end user. Join Gather today to be a part of the future.
Imagine a lake with clear water and unpolluted air. Imagine a website with real news and no hidden, unlabeled, sponsored articles masquerading as real news. That place exists, and it's called Be in Crypto, the first and only cryptocurrency news portal to provide complete transparency and honest news. Pure, relevant, informative. Are you in?
I'm glad to greet all the viewers and participants of Synopsis 2021 Hot Trends. This is the fifth and the last summit day. I'm the host, Maria Stankovic, CBDO at Exmo Cryptocurrency Exchange, and my co-host is Lihan Lee, CTO and co-founder of Zengle, the Asia's leading DeFi rating agency. If you watched us previously, then you already know that Synopsis 2021 Hot Trends offers us the full immersion in the digital economy, DeFi and NFT. And a small reminder to all the speakers and holders business exclusive enthusiast tickets that you will get limited NFTs. Also, during the summit, you will experience a one-of-a-kind event. For the first time in the world history, an online event will be issued and auctioned as NFT. The buyer will be entitled to making some corrections on the summit's webpage, main page, and all the content of the named event. Summit organizers are the international blockchain consultancy company Colibri Group and the leading cryptocurrency calendar Coindar.org. Summit co-organizers are the rating agency Zengle and the Commission of the Blockchain Technologies and Digital Economy of all the Russian public organization Investment Russia. I would like to thank you, our diamond sponsors, for the great contribution to hosting this event. They are the largest companies in NFT, DeFi, and MPC realms: Algorand, Exip, and ARPAchain. Gold sponsors made no less contribution. They are Gather, Bell Protocol, and Veracity. We express special thanks to our dear friends and partners who also made a huge contribution to this event. They are Exmo, Theta Network, and Theta.tv, Freeton and Ton Labs, Plasma Network, Stake Technologies, Hashspace, Listing Help, Blockchain Live, Being Crypto, Being Bond, G2TX, Trustbase, Verus, Gate.io, Aave, Aergo, and of course, Binance. So let's get it started. The final summit day starts with Reggie Geros, CEO at Gather. Gather offers eco-friendly POW mining and monetizing solutions for websites and mobile applications with fewer to no ads. This is Reggie, straight from hot Dubai.
Hey, Maria, thanks for having me again. It's been a pleasure from last time as well. And yeah, good to be back. So yeah, just here to, give updates about what's happening at Gather. I think it's been a month or two since we've last spoken about what's going on. So yeah, just a quick couple of updates. Yeah. So, I mean, just a quick reminder of what Gather is, what we're aiming to do. Essentially, Gather is a platform that allows publishers and developers an alternative form of monetization that uses spare computing power. So when a publisher or website owner essentially installs Gather on their website, when you visit that website and as an end user, you'll see a small pop-up, right? A small cookie. And once you provide consent, your processing power is then used to secure the Gather ecosystem, or rather secure the Gather blockchain. And in return, the publisher earns revenue and tokens. On the other side, part of this processing power is also sold to enterprises and developers as a cheaper form of cloud computing. Part of this is taken from the processing power generated by the websites and applications, and the other part is taken from a lot of masternodes. So we have about 84 masternodes, and we had batch 5 just close out yesterday, which hilariously enough, I think the full node batch closed out literally in 1 second. People were just waiting and they spammed the form. It went through. That was very, very nice to see. Yeah, so probably at around 90 nodes or so, maybe a little more. And yeah, from there, so a couple of updates. We launched our mainnet a couple of weeks ago, and that opened it up to the publishers. And knock on wood, everything has been pretty good so far. No publishers have had any issues. They're all earning well. There was one publisher actually in 1 week, he was able to earn $30,000, which is incredible if you think about it. And he went and posted somewhere, and I guess they got some word of mouth because we're getting 100, 200 signups every day right now. And we're now gearing up for the next version of the mainnet, which includes the cloud computing aspect, which then induces the buyback and burns. So, that is part of our roadmap and plans. So that's really exciting. Part of that release will also be the NFTs, which were slightly delayed, that are coming up, which is NFTs to masternode holders. So if you're a masternode holder, you get airdrop an NFT. The NFT then represents your ownership in the masternode and regular node. So you don't have to go and shut down your node or sell your tokens. You can just sell your NFT to someone else, and then you get ownership of the nodes and tokens as well. So that's very exciting. Governance is currently live. We had our first proposal, and the community, the first proposal they put up, interestingly enough, was listing on a tier 1 exchange, of course. Yeah, so that's very interesting to see how the community is now starting to interact with governance. Voting for governance members is live as well. You can go and vote for who you want to sit on the governance board. I think that's a very, very exciting thing to have. We have also a bunch of new partners that have signed up with us. On top of my head, Cartesi was one of them. That happened a couple of weeks ago. One of them is also called SafeSwap and YFDI. We've announced a partnership with them. So this is more about DeFi monetization. So, it's a DeFi application, etc. This is something we set out to do in the beginning, is that Gather can monetize DeFi applications. So that's a very, very exciting partnership that we see. Likewise with, what we're doing with Promia as well. What else? Yeah. So just to explain how the, if we talk about even Ferrum, for example, right? When you're spending time on Ferrum staking technology websites, right? A lot of people are using Ferrum's technology for staking specifically. When you're spending time there, essentially with the loyalty program, which is publishers can opt to share part of their revenue with their users. So when you're spending time on said websites and the loyalty program is enabled, you're essentially earning their tokens. So let's just take Binance as an example, right? So let's say Binance starts using Gather, and we integrate BNB as a payout method, and Binance integrates the, enables a loyalty program. What's going to happen from there is that then you, as a user, every time you're spending time on Binance or an exchange, or Binance in this case, you're actually earning BNB for your time spent there. We already have a couple of these partnerships in place. One of them is Crypto Locally. It's a P2P exchange, so anytime you're spending your time there trading, you're earning GIFT tokens. So that's a very, very exciting partnership that we have in play. Some other updates, we're going through a Series A round right now. We've had a couple of new hires, head of enterprise sales and a new marketing manager. So we're scaling up quite a bit, and we're, just gearing up for adoption. It's been a crazy ride so far. And the last couple of days have been, I guess the market has taken an absolute dump, if you will. Quite, crypto's never, a boring day. But yeah, it looks like this summer going forward is going to be DeFi summer, and it's going to be very interesting to see how things play out. Yeah, that's it for me. And yeah, thanks for having me, Maria.
Current revenue-generating methods don't allow publishers and businesses to offer an enjoyable, ad-free browsing experience. We need a new solution that brings everything together to benefit businesses and users alike. That's why we made Gather. Gather is a blockchain-based network that improves the online experience for users, generates additional revenue for publishers, reduces cloud computing costs for enterprises, and makes running a proof-of-work blockchain easier. Instead of spamming users with ads to generate revenue, Gather runs in the background of your site, and with each user's consent, aggregates their idle processing power. Then it distributes said power to enterprises for cloud computing and to developers for cryptocurrency mining. Publishers receive payment in cryptocurrency or fiat, users get to enjoy an ad-free browsing experience, and developers deploy their secure blockchains without the need to find new miners. Ultimately, it's a virtuous cycle that radically changes digital monetization and revenue generation to provide a superior experience for the end user. Join Gather today to be a part of the future.
Our next keynote speaker is Robert Keogh, the finance director of Veracity. This project has one of the fastest growing market caps. It develops an amazing technology called proof of view. Robert, you up.
Thank you, Maria, for your kind welcome. Hi, everyone. My name is Robert Keogh, and I'm the finance director of Veracity, a successful blockchain project revolutionizing the online ad space. Today, I'm going to talk about Veracity's mission, its products, and its accomplishments. First off, I'd like to thank the organizers of Synopsis 2021 for inviting me and Veracity to speak here today. Before getting into blockchain in 2017, my background was within advertising, technology, and media, and I work for global organizations in video, music, and publishing, developing their growth and financial strategies. I've always had a passion for innovation. I strongly believe that blockchain unlocks the door to significant improvements in transparency and efficiencies for businesses and individuals. So when I had the opportunity to join Veracity over 3 years ago now, I jumped at that chance and I haven't looked back. The management and development team of Veracity had been working together in the online ad space for about 4 years before I started. And they clearly understood the ecosystem and the problems that various stakeholders face very well. Before Veracity, the team had launched a software company providing a new way to broadcast and stream video content online for multi-user platforms. And they developed different ad tech applications, which are now also being used by Veracity. Since the ICO in 2018, Veracity has continued to recruit talented people, and we have a very strong team with detailed technical knowledge in blockchain, security, programmatic ads, esports, and video content delivery. Plus, we receive great support and advice through our many partnerships and specialist advisors. We've also just made some excellent new hires in key senior positions as we look to strengthen the critical areas such as marketing, business development, and product design. Including our localized support and admin teams, we now have over 70 people working for Veracity. So what is Veracity? Veracity is a rapidly growing crypto company across the esports, video entertainment, and advertising sectors. Our mission is to significantly increase engagement and advertising revenues for video publishers on any video platform. We do this through a number of products, such as Proof of View, the proprietary video player, our unique ad stack, rewarded videos, and the Vera wallet. We are also introducing Proof of View to authenticate the chain of ownership for NFTs. The name Veracity is very important to us. Veracity derives from the Latin for truth, and our focus as a business is always on truth and trust. Every commercial decision, every product development, and everything we do is held up and examined against the core value of promoting trust. The suite of products Veracity has launched has the central principles of truth and trust running through them. Proof of View, for example, allows advertisers, brand, and content creators to trust that the views recorded on the blockchain are true and free from manipulation. Where Proof of View is applied to NFTs, we're providing trust that the chain of custody from the original NFT creator to the current owner is true. And of course, because we use blockchain solutions, it means we can promote trust, but everybody can also still verify. So why does Veracity exist? Well, as most of you know, there is a significant problem with online advertising. Out of some $400 billion of online ads, as many as 40%, or approximately $160 billion worth, are seen by bots and not humans. That's $160 billion of wasted advertising spend by brands. And there are over 2 million video publishers struggling with the problem that brands don't want to pay much for their ad space because they just don't believe that humans watch the ads. Even Google and Facebook have to return substantial amounts of money to brands every quarter because ad fraud companies that detect fraud after the event are used by brands to justify clawing back their ad spend. And of course, that adversely affects the content providers of YouTube and other platforms because they get much less money. Brands are willing to pay 5 to 10 times more if they are convinced that fraud levels are low. And this is where Veracity comes in. Veracity has received a US patent to its proof-of-view technology that detects and eliminates ad fraud and only records on the blockchain genuine human views of ads and video content. So Veracity has just been granted a US patent for the technology that helps solve advertising's $160 billion problem. In addition to the US grant, we've made an international patent application. And Veracity's proof of view is the only protocol-layered patented ad technology for the blockchain. The online ad ecosystem is extremely complex and involves many intermediaries, such as ad exchanges, brands, and ad networks. But the problem faced by the industry can be divided into two parts. The first is detection of fraud, and the second is accounting for valid ads. Veracity developed proof of view to combat these two separate problems. On detection, the current standard is for analysis to happen after the content has been delivered, and often towards the end of an advertising campaign. With Veracity, our technology detects ad fraud as it happens. Utilizing 200 touchpoints and AI, Veracity can determine with very high confidence whether a bot or human is watching an ad or content in real time. So there's no more waiting for post-delivery fraud analysis or requesting refunds from publishers. Ad fraud is detected and eliminated immediately. The proof-of-view system also prevents the multiple methods bad actors may try to manipulate view counts and audience metrics. So once the view has been verified as genuine, we need to solve the second part of the problem, which is accounting for valid ads. To provide accountability and therefore transparency for views, a unique identifier is allocated to all parties involved. When viewers create an account, they're assigned an anonymous and hashed ID that then marks the videos generated by that user. So we treat views like transactions, which can be recorded on the blockchain. Veracity's technology uses advanced methods to ensure that only views verified by proof of view are counted. Views which are verified are added to a publicly accessible database containing the anonymized data. And Veracity will provide open source tools to provide transparency and accountability of these systems. With the tools, viewers and third parties can review the data to ensure its accuracy and credibility. To test this whole system as a use case, Veracity built an esports platform called esportsfightclub.com. Esports Fight Club has grown rapidly with the launch of large tournaments such as PUBG, Valorant, and Dota 2, which test Veracity products in real time with a large number of viewers. In the last large tournament, Esports Fight Club had roughly 8.5 million viewers, which is a great environment for us to test the Veracity products, as well as earning revenue from the platform itself. So Veracity treats Esports Fight Club as a separate business model so that it grows organically and provides stats that third-party video platforms can analyze for themselves. Veracity has built several product modules, beta tests on the Esports Fight Club, that can be licensed to third-party video platforms so they can increase their engagement and ad revenues. These product modules include a video rewarding system, a digital wallet, a proprietary video player, and proof of view. The video rewarding system rewards Veracity's token, Vera, by an SDK integration into the publisher's video player. The integration is already available for YouTube, Twitch, Vimeo, and 90% of all video players when they are used on a publisher's domain. The second product module is a digital wallet of Veracity, which is called Vera Wallet. The Vera Wallet is a secure custodial wallet to store rewarded tokens and is itself a payment system, providing both crypto and non-crypto payment options. Vera Wallet has over 130,000 users and offers Vera holders a 25% per year staking option. The third product module is a proprietary video player, which contains a unique ad stack built to optimize advertising revenues using our 17 ad partners. Users of Esports Fight Club can already access a large catalog of highlight packages and snackable content from its video on demand service. Proof of View is the fourth product module, which, as we've discussed, detects and eliminates ad fraud, sending only valid views to the blockchain. This patented technology, we believe, will revolutionize the online ad industry. Proof of View has several use cases, and because the technology works with different kinds of digital fraud, we have utilized it as well to NFTs. We have already applied for a continuance in the Proof of View patent for it to include NFTs. So this will then provide Veracity with protection for our unique NFT authentication protocol using the same patent. NFTs are a hot topic, and the buzz around non-fungible tokens is matched by the rapid advancements in technology that make the concept more sustainable. Veracity could revolutionize the budding NFT market with its Proof of View technology. Applied to NFTs, Proof of View will help prevent some of the fraud we see in the sector today. Many published artists are concerned about taking the leap into crypto, so NFTs are proven free of fraud and secure. Veracity's patented technology will make that a reality. It's clear that NFTs are great for fan-based economies. Given that Veracity, through its proprietary video player and ad stack, can track viewership, it is uniquely positioned to create value for NFTs, and it is creating the industry standard for authenticating the chain of ownership and validating it on the blockchain. Deploying Proof of View might just be the trigger for a new wave of heightened interest in NFTs, since users will be able to truly ascertain the value of tokens through the immutable public records that Veracity will provide. In addition, Veracity, through Esports Fight Club, has its own source of NFTs and will apply its technology to validate and authenticate them on the blockchain. Veracity is already in discussion with third-party NFT auction platforms to integrate Proof of View as the industry standard. Esports Fight Club, although created as a use case to demonstrate Veracity's products, it's much more than that. It's treated as its own business entity within Veracity and has its own dedicated employees consisting of esports players and former team managers. It has partnerships with some of the largest esports broadcasters, global teams, players, casters, marketing agencies, brands, and it generates millions of views for its tournaments. Esports Fight Club generates revenue through sponsorships, subscriptions, commissions on prize pools, video ad revenues, and transaction fees. And it will roll out its B2B products later in 2021 to major video platforms. By implementing all of Veracity's products and protocol layers on Esports Fight Club, Veracity can demonstrate the success of this use case to significantly improve ad revenue through the rewarded player, its ad stack, and Proof of View. So what next for Veracity? Well, we're not quite halfway through 2021 yet, but Veracity has been diligently working through its roadmap, and so far has listed on 10 new exchanges, including OKX and Gate, received the successful grant of its Proof of View patent. We launched Esports Fight Club video on demand service. We've made improvements to VeriWallet's UI and functionality, hosted multiple esports tournaments, and we've strengthened the senior leadership team and expanded Veracity's global marketing too. The second half of 2021, we expect to see Veracity list with more major exchanges, announce further large partnerships in esports, one of which is huge and we're very excited by it. We're also going to launch our own NFTs, which can be purchased through our in-game marketplace. And we'll also host a unique tournament where legendary players at the end of their careers will play to immortalize their gameplay within NFTs, which will be owned, sold, and authenticated by Veracity. And in the near future, we will announce our integration partners for Proof of View protocol, which includes both advertising partners as well as NFT vendors and auction platforms. In addition, we'll continue to develop and improve the functionality of the VeriWallet, rewarded video player, and all our products. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank the Veracity community. Since the beginning of this year, the total community has more than doubled in size, and we have groups around the world across a variety of social media platforms in at least 15 different languages. Genuinely, without the community support, encouragement, and activity, Veracity wouldn't be where it is today. So I'd like to thank the community for believing in Veracity, putting their trust in Veracity, and for making Veracity uniquely placed to permanently change the advertising, gaming, and video landscape. And finally, I'd like to thank Maria and everybody at Synopsis 2021 for inviting Veracity and for making this event possible. Thank you.
The next speaker is Amir-san Roberto. His topic is a brief history of China's emerging tech, supremacy from copycatting to innovation. Hi, Amir-san.
Maria, thank you so very much for a wonderful introduction. What a pleasure to be back. My name is Amir. I am the co-founder of Synopsis Group, and today's talk is purely dedicated to China. That is entirely challenging the status quo, and pretty much everything what I'm going to be talking about is based on my understanding and what I have learned during my almost a decade of stay and conducting business practices in China. It all starts with interesting, wonderful, good joke that when I was young, I used to hang out with my friends, and we used to hang out and make these statements that God created the world and everything else is made in China, which we used to think it's not true. But once I arrived to China and figured that pretty much everything what we wear, what we do, all the manufacturing is made in China, is this rhetoric seems to be quite interesting, and it's quite true so far. And it all starts with this man, and Deng Xiaoping is the man who built today's China that we know, where communism gets along with the capitalism. And in this picture, when he went for the first time to the US, selling them a dream that China could take over entire manufacturing and let the West keep innovating. And this iconic meeting was the beginning back in 1970s, the making of new China. And starting from 1970s till today, the world had been transformed on several occasions. It all started with the products in 1970s. If you look right here, in 1970s, it was all about manufacturing and product. In 1990s, almost at the beginning of the dot-com era, services came along, and services became quite an important component of most developed countries on the planet. And China started to not only manufacture products, but paying attention to the services. And in 2000s, it's all about customer service. So service is important in B2B, but when it comes to B2C market, being able to focus on the client and user acquisition today is quite important. And today, any business is built on relationships, and relationships pretty much is everything. In China, there's the concept, which is called guanxi, and guanxi is all about having the right, correct relationships. It's more important than money. It's more important than someone else's reputation. If you have the right guanxi, you have competitive advantage. If you don't have guanxi, technically, you will never be able to succeed in China. And that's one of the most important lessons that I have learned during my stay right here. So if you look from 1970s till today, the four components and transformation that took place on the planet and the Chinese role has significantly changed. And I'm going to cover a number of trends very shortly. So what is the China's context in all of this? Why it matters, and why do we focus or dedicate so much time in understanding China? And I try to answer to some of these questions. So China so far is the only country that has succeeded in developing its digital infrastructure. It all started back in early 2000s when China built the Chinese firewall. In other words, control of information, the control of the flow of information, incoming and outgoing, and probably one of the most important decisions that the authorities decided in order to secure the country from some kind of revolutions and pitfalls and manipulations and blackmail. And three specific corporations today have shaped China's ecosystem. It's Tencent, it's Baidu, it's Alibaba. And Tencent is the pioneer of communication. And today's all the communication infrastructure that we use in China is entirely built by the Tencent, be it the Chinese WeChat, be it the QQ, and the others. When it comes to the e-commerce, Alibaba, one of the pioneers that outcompeted eBay and built the infrastructure that I'm showing right here on my screen. And Baidu, it's all about search. Even the components were built based on the open source that were developed entirely in the US, but what is built on top of the open source is entirely unique infrastructure. So once the firewall was developed, these three corporations developed the rest of the ecosystem in early 2000s, which gave the birth to China's internet that we know today. And today, so far, more than 900 million people in China are connected to the internet. During that time, there were interesting industry shifts. For example, on my left, you say Hilton, and then the birth of Airbnb came along, and China technically copied. And when initially they did copy, and you see the equivalency of those brands that were copied from the West, but today's innovation that they have, it's really significant. And a number of examples that I'm about to show are truly mind-blowing. This is one of the fascinating slides, probably. Take a look at what is being developed or has been developed in the West, and you see exactly the same copy with a lot more innovation on top of it that has been developed in China. So China is not the country that is only importing foreign-made products or services or know-how, but China is turning into the country that is exporting its innovation. And these are a couple of examples of what's going on in China so far. And if you look at this slide, almost 20 companies are Chinese, and they're equally competing with the American counterparts, and they are the unicorns. And there's quite interesting slide that I will show a bit later, how Chinese companies are going to NASDAQ, challenging well-developed countries and other companies in competing for the innovation. And this slide itself is the manifestation or the embodiment of how China has changed over the past 30 years since Deng Xiaoping's visit to the US back in 1970s. So China used to be famous for copycatting, in other words, for copying other products and instilling the idea. But I think that the tendency has shifted and it changed. It has become a lot more innovative. And I wanted to focus specifically on three elements that I find quite fascinating. First is the sharing economy. Second one is the influencer economy. And third one is made in China, specifically made in China 2025. Share economy is pretty much interesting concept. In China today, we believe that anything can be shared, or what cannot be shared is another rhetoric that I could think about. And a number of examples right here that I'm about to show, it communicates the power of shared economy and how it is communicated and transforming China so far. The battery is probably one of the most interesting businesses, and the anchor box has more than 100 million boxes across China, where you don't have to, as a user, to carry your power bank, but instead in any shop, in any hotel, in anywhere you go, you could simply borrow the portable charger, just simply for less than 50 cents per an hour, and take it with yourself and put it back at any time you want. One of the fascinating, innovative solutions for the problem that people usually face in developing countries today. The OFO bike, probably not only OFO bike, but a mobike, and there are more than 10 other companies that are dealing with the bike sharing. And today, when I, for example, go to work, or when I hang out within the downtown area, I never use, technically speaking, Uber or Chinese DiDi. Primarily, I use bike sharing services, which is extremely cheap, and it's extremely affordable. And there are so many interesting and fascinating solutions for that, and it's traffic free. And this is one of the example how bike sharing economy is powering the ecosystem. And one of the interesting facts that in China there are more than 450 million bikes. It's not only sharing bikes, but I'm talking about overall bikes, those that people own and those that we use on sharing basis. And if you look at the number, it's simply speaking a very staggering digit. One of my favorite startups is called Miss Paris. That's where the sustainable fashion comes in. Think about the moment when you can actually borrow the clothes, or you can rent the clothes, and this is the manifestation or the embodiment. All these ladies that are wearing borrowed clothes, and Miss Paris has more than 30 million pieces of clothes. And so for myself, when I live in Shanghai or in China, I don't buy clothes anymore. In fact, what I have right here is the rent piece of t-shirt that I'm wearing that I rent from the platform. It's not the Miss Paris platform; it's a different platform. But Miss Paris is specifically for women. But think about the idea when you are wearing rent clothes instead of buying ones. On one hand, there are a lot of ethical questions and moral questions. On the other hand, it's a sustainable economy. It's eco-friendly, and people are quite responsible for the ecology, for the environment. And this Miss Paris company, it's not startup anymore, that got funded by Alibaba, has developed the solution primarily in China that earned the respect of the millennials. And millennials are those who are under 30 that were born after 1990s. And I think the solution of sharing clothes, specifically in the context of Miss Paris, one of the outstanding solutions in the sustainable fashion. And this had a couple of examples how this company is promoting itself as being eco-friendly, as being sustainable, extremely affordable. People don't have to spend thousands of dollars for expensive clothes anymore. But in fact, anybody can afford to get a pretty presentable piece of clothes and wear it with dignity, be it at a party, be it to someone else's formal meeting, or just to enjoy the life in expensive cities, be it within Shanghai, in the future in Tokyo, Seoul, maybe in Moscow as well. This is a couple of examples how the Miss Paris subscribers, it's a subscription-based business model. Whenever they got close, with pride, they take selfies and post on social media. Probably one of the best moments when company doesn't talk about itself as a good company, but that when clients of the companies or users of the product or service talk about the clients and they enjoy wearing these clothes. And I think the business model, simply speaking, is fantastic and mind-boggling. Car sharing is just like a bike sharing. I tried a couple of times actually. When you drive the EV car, you don't have to deposit a humongous amount of money. It's for less than $200 of the deposit. If you have a driving license, you can grab the car and drive it just like you did a bike sharing. And so far in Shanghai alone, there are 10,000 shareable electric vehicles, and it's extremely interesting and affordable. 24 hours available. And for those who want to hang out in the big cities, it's pretty much interesting and quite relaxing experience. Knowledge sharing is another mind-changing or about one of the challenging solutions. For example, today when we have a question or we have an idea, we go to Google and search information, but we are not quite sure the information that we find on Google is the relevant or the correct one. It's all about ranking. It's all about the content. It's about the length of the content. So in China, they have redefined the concept. It's about not finding the information online, specifically by searching the information on Google search or the Baidu search, but it's all about asking a specific expert. So expert is someone whom you're going to pay X amount of money, and that person is going to consult you. In the West, it's called management consultancy, when you pay per hour, for argument's sake. And in China, Zhihu app is something like what the Quora does, but it's the commercial element on top of it has been integrated. In other words, if I am China expert, I can definitely spend enormous amount of time writing the content, outsource the promotion of my expertise, but it doesn't guarantee me some kind of flow of the lead or flow of the customers. But in fact, if I show my expertise in Chinese on the Zhihu app, based on the ranking, just like on the Amazon or in Google, the ranking, the better my ranking is, the more people are going to be asking me the questions specifically about China, for example, or somebody could be professional in finance, somebody could be professional in VC or blockchain and cryptography, if you will. And Zhihu app has developed a infrastructure where myself as an individual, I could promote my skill set and I could get paid for that. Or companies could promote their expertise and could get paid for that. And they have developed the ecosystem of the community, subscription business model. In other words, anybody can sell their skill set or the knowledge and get paid for that. And Zhihu app is one of the pioneers in developing this kind of solution. Another one, these two are developed by the same company, is the same solution. If one, it's about online knowledge sharing. This one, Taihan, it's all about meeting the person face to face and get paid. In other words, If I'm looking for somebody, if I'm in Shanghai, I need somebody who knows blockchain solution or who knows how to deal with the investors. And in Taiwan, here I can find somebody online and get the consultants online. And here I can find somebody and meet them in person and pay the amount of money, let's say for an hour, $50 or $300 or $500, it doesn't really matter. So the experts themselves are the ones who are going to set the price. So after the experience, be it an hour or 5 hours and 10 hours, I can leave the comment and talk about my experience with that particular expert. And that's where I don't have to spend enormous amount of time for finding the information on Google search and verify that information and look for other links in order to become up to date. But instead, using the Jihu app or Taihan app or some others, I could technically find the expert, get the latest information, which saves me a lot of time, which is cost effective, and that increases my efficiency. And that's where the knowledge sharing economy comes in. So almost 50 million people across the country benefit from selling their knowledge. And that is becoming one of the most famous trends. And in fact, it's only in Chinese for now. And think what happens when it becomes in other languages, except for English, maybe Russian, maybe Arabic, maybe Spanish, and so forth. So that's where the definition of information and verification of the information and the application of the information is a game changer. And that really staggers my thinking in terms of the opportunities that one could have. This is the shared economy. Think about the customer on my left, and we used to have specific tailored taxis, tailored food, or personal clothes and personal bike, which is it's not cost effective. You have to technically invest amount of time and money in maintenance. Versus the shared economy where everything can be shared, and pretty much everything is built in terms of the ecosystem is built around the user, where people are sharing the vehicles. They can share food if they will. They can share and benefit financially from monetizing their knowledge, ride sharing, just like Uber has, and so forth. And that's the game changer. And the embodiment of this game changing transformation is already happening in China, especially in well-developed provinces and cities such as Shanghai or Beijing. One could easily see the transformation in digital adoption of these products. The next biggest trend is what we call the KOL or key opinion leader or influencer economy, where in the West, influencers simply get the content and promote it and get paid. But in China, every single so-called key opinion leader, they are responsible for generating their own content. And that's the content that they're responsible for. And that's their reputation. And one of probably the best example is the rock star Becky Lee, who used to be a simple journalist 5 years ago. And then she quit the job, completely dedicating herself to developing her own blog. And within 3 years, she has more than 20 million followers. And one of the famous cases when she sold 100 vehicles in less than 5 minutes in a single post, one of the mind-boggling cases. And there's a couple of snapshots so people could have an idea about the power of KOL. And this is the Chinese Kyle Jenner when she started her journey by being the waitress and then becoming the key opinion leader and by featuring on the various magazines. And then she started the company just like Becky Lee did. She became the KOL and her company was funded by Alibaba. And then she ended up on the NASDAQ in New York City. And that's one of the examples that the importance of content and ability to monetize your skill set or knowledge is the great example. Primarily, most of these people are Chinese, but it doesn't mean the foreigners couldn't do that or cannot do that. At this time, I'm researching more of the foreigners who are becoming successful in the Chinese infrastructure. And obviously, in the future, in a couple of months from now, I'll be more than happy to share my findings on that front. In influencer economy, and look at on my left, how brands in the West technically tend to think. It's about paid ads, it's about the big data and application of machine learning or deep learning for the raw data, and then identify what works and what doesn't. It's about using the platforms for the influencer marketing. However, in China, it's about building the relationship with your followers. It's about having the quality content in Chinese in the Chinese social media. It's about developing the lifestyle versus pure sales. And of course, being the expert in the industry is pretty much everything. You cannot become a key opinion leader without having the expertise in the industry. That's the paramount. So what is China made or made in China 2025? To make it quite short and to the point, Made in China 2025 is the project developed by the Chinese government where they want to reduce their dependency on the West. They want to stay away from image that used to think where China is a country where low-cost products are to be manufactured, but instead the image that they want to communicate, China is about to become and becoming technology-driven country. And Made in China 2025, it's all about investing in all these categories. Not all of them, but some of them are indicated here that China is becoming quite serious in investing enormous amount of money in order to power its economy, be it electrical equipment, farming machines, Railways is probably one of the most famous and the most successful stories that China had developed for the past 5 years or so. And to give an example, China, in the context of Shenzhen, that's where most of the, probably 90+% of the smart devices hardware is manufactured. In the context of Made in China 2025, the government decided to invest over $100 billion, according to Shanghai China Morning Post magazine. And these are the core industries: blockchain, 5 and 6G, fintech, AI, machine learning are the categories that they want to outcompete or equally compete with the Western counterparts. And numbers speak for themselves. And look at this investment trends. It's all about innovative technologies. And in China, is not only interested in catching up well-developed countries, but it's interested in outcompeting and show its supremacy, both in the research aspect and application of the innovation aspect. And there is one more important thing. 30 years ago, a number of unicorns in China were pretty much zero. In less than 30 years, China is the manufacturer of the second biggest country that has produced 133 unicorns. Unicorn meaning a company that the evaluation of which has exceeded over $1 billion. And think about next 20 years, next 10 years, how China is going to be competing with the US-based companies. And US is the home for not only US companies, but the companies that are going to the US from all over the world in order to get listed on a NASDAQ. But China seems to be an exception for that. China is home for China-made products and startup companies, and now they're exporting their successful companies outside of China, compete directly in the American soil, and that's probably one of the staggering examples. So what is the next? What is the next is a number of ideas and thinking that I have. So China has developed One Belt, One Road, which encapsulates 40 countries, and they have allocated $3 trillion. China is technically speaking colonizing African continent, 58 countries. And think about the One Belt, One Road, 40 countries and 58 countries in Africa, and China exporting the digital infrastructure that I spoke about earlier, and how it will change the game in the world, how world has to start thinking, adopting, understanding, and that would be a huge digital shift in digital power. And I do technically believe and truly believe that those in the West that want to play the game in China, they're not going to be dictating their own thinking and rules, but they will have to adjust and adapt to the Chinese way of dealing and doing business. And I think that's one of the important slides, and that communicates next 20 years, in my opinion. And thank you so much for giving me this great opportunity to give a talk. I'll be more than happy to keep in touch. And if you have any questions, if you want to reach out to say hello, I'm more than happy. Thank you so much, Maria, for having me. And I look forward to attending and participating in your future events as well. Thank you so much and have a good time.
Imagine a lake with clear water and unpolluted air. Imagine a website with real news and no hidden, unlabeled, sponsored articles masquerading as real news. That place exists, and it's called Be in Crypto, the first and only cryptocurrency news portal to provide complete transparency and honest news. Pure, relevant, informative. Are you in?
Hi, Massimo. It's great to have you here in Synopsis. And
hi, Leon.
Hi. It's so nice to have you here. And maybe for the viewers, could you introduce yourself and your team?
Yes, of course. I'm Massimo Morini, and I am chief economist at the Algorand Foundation. I joined the project very few days after launch, leaving essentially a 20 years career mainly in financial services. I am a mathematician by trading, and by trading, actually, I've been usually managing technological and analytical development in investment banking. And at the same time, I actually did a lot of research, and I wrote several books about financial markets. And around the times that then led to the financial crisis, I developed some critical views about the financial system and the financial ecosystem I was working in. And I started having a look at possible alternatives. And around 2013, I found out about cryptocurrencies. And then I found out about blockchain technology. I immediately realized that there was something radically new in this technology compared to traditional finance. I realized that we were seeing with Bitcoin the first example of a digital value that could self-sustain without the need of an institution or without the need of a network of intermediaries. And I also kept seeing, in the developments, in the creation of smart contracts, an opportunity to address many areas I had been working with in the past, like, for example, advanced financial products or advanced financial contracts in a totally different way. So for a few years, I explored the possibility of private or consortium or institutional blockchains. But I realized very soon that it was very hard to bring such a novelty into a very old business model. Even if now the financial system uses the most modern technology, the railways of the financial system are still the same that were developed decades ago, in some cases centuries ago. They have been updated in terms of underlying tech, but not in terms of business model, for example, in terms of involvement of the community of the users of financial services. And so I actually slowly moved towards the world of blockchain, in the sense of what we often call public blockchains. I started to develop on Ethereum before the word DeFi was even conceived, in order to create the technical framework to deal with derivatives and collateralization on Ethereum. And that was actually a few years before that great projects that used the financial algorithms and financial collateral to create real business in Ethereum. And then actually I met once during a conference where we were both talking of blockchain, even if the conference was on parallel computing. I met Silvio Micali, and I found out the fact that there was a great cryptographer that had decided to tackle this new challenge, that actually used cryptography to open up to a totally different way to interact with the rest of a value system, with the rest of a financial system. And we realized that, in a sense, every working blockchain is a mix of technology and tokenomics, and it's very hard to have a working reality in the public blockchain forgetting one of these two fundamental legs, you know. And so I decided to join the project in the early days and look at the economic aspects of the blockchain. And the economic aspect of the blockchain are both internal aspects, like the equilibrium between, in a sense, the different allocations and usages of the tokens that a foundation starts essentially stewarding, and also an external meaning of economics. So how to make algorithm relevant for the global economic, how to foster a real economy grow on algorithm, how to engage the community not only from a development or a supporting point of view, but also from a real business and economics point of view. And that's basically what I've spent my last 2 years doing. You know, we are going to have the anniversary, the 2-year anniversary of our launch on June 16. So it's definitely 2 years that I am in this very exciting world.
Thank you. Thank you. So you mentioned several points. First, you mentioned about building a project that is probably should be better than Ethereum in terms of transaction speed and in terms of the overall consensus algorithm as well. So I heard that algorithm is trying to solve the problem of the blockchain trilemma that you might introduce us and maybe add in how algorithm is trying to solve that problem.
Yeah, the blockchain trilemma was introduced in the discussion after the foundation of Ethereum, and it's not surprising that in Algorand we started from their debate in order to design, in a sense, a new reality, a new ecosystem. The trilemma sees the difficulties that exist indeed into having a blockchain which is efficient, which is secure, and which is decentralized. I think it's a clever way of designing, you know, the way in which a network of value has to work. because at times efficiency, for example, punishes decentralization, because there is no doubt about the fact that under some points of view, a single decision maker decides faster than several decision makers who have to coordinate. I think that the answer of the technology has been where you may expect it to be. It has been in technology, you know. So in a sense, of course, we give away some efficiency to ensure decentralization and at the same time security. But the truth is that rebuilding a blockchain starting from the most advanced technology that was developed in cryptography allows us to improve dramatically in efficiency without sacrificing security and decentralization. Personally, I have been particularly involved in the second two aspects, you know, in a sense, efficiency is still a lot a matter of the technology we use, which is sufficiently good that even allowing a correct tokenomics happen does not sacrifice efficiency. In terms of security and decentralization, instead, it's an ongoing challenge, you know, because when the blockchain was started, it was obviously more centralized than it is now. That's part of the story of a blockchain. Last year, we made a plan essentially for the total decentralization of the blockchain. And since the plan has got to happen, you know, in a relatively long period of time. And that's because otherwise you would be sacrificing both the resources needed to improve the technology also across these early years, while a totally independent community of developers actually is going to be born. Or also you should actually sacrifice security, in the sense that, as we have often see, blockchains that dump the value that they are holding in a foundation actually make a significant threat of security, because any economic crisis that hit a blockchain is a threat of security. We have been experiencing moments, difficult moments like many other blockchains, you know, during periods of market crisis. And we have to remember that the reason why the crypto markets are so important is not to do speculation. It's because they are independent economic realities, and an independent economic reality need to enjoy growth, some amount of stability, and all these things which have always been required from a healthy economic community. Of course, with today technology and communication, with everything faster, with everything more efficient, we must not be surprised that these realities appear more unstable than traditional reality, and still they keep their fast growth space. You know, that's quite normal in a period of transformation. And that's basically the way we have been addressing, and we have found our own way of solving the blockchain trilemma.
Mm-hmm. So a very simple question: how fast should algorithm be in terms of the theoretical maximum transaction per second, for example?
Well, we have already reached thousands and hundreds of thousands of transactions per second. You know, it really depends a lot on the kind of business model that you can host in the blockchain. We have actually noticed, for example, that we were able to bring businesses that needed a blockchain because they needed decentralization, they needed to be completely digital, they needed to give people the certainty of owning a digital asset that in a sense only blockchain can give you now. But several of these businesses had been looking to Ethereum, but were not able to actually migrate their business to Ethereum, because being a business model based on many microtransactions, the ecosystem of public blockchain seems to be inaccessible for them. Thanks to our efficiency, we were able to bring these transactions that really require thousands, at times hundreds of thousands of transactions in few seconds. Actually, we're able to migrate on Algorand and give decentralization and a different kind of security to their users.
Totally. So that makes a lot of sense because although Ethereum is currently the most well-known and most used blockchain network among the decentralized finance industry, as you mentioned, it's still very slow, and the transaction costs are too high to implement any serious financial applications that traditional financial people are used to. So I can imagine that those applications are searching for other alternatives rather than Ethereum. And I guess Algorand, as the whole team is based in US, and as Silvio, as you mentioned, he is a very famous professor in the computer science industry. That a lot of traditional industry are showing interest into building application upon Algorand. So maybe could you mention maybe one or two potential applications that are preparing to launch upon Algorand?
Yeah. So you touched upon relevant points. Algorand can generate a block in less than 4 seconds, and this obviously opens up to completely different opportunities. For example, we are now hosting all the major stable coins available, and our philosophy is to open up to all possible stable coins, including those who are linked to local currencies. And we have also been helping local currencies like the Bristol pound, or a local currency that here in Milan is going to be developed for help and after COVID. And again, obviously, our main goal is actually to be central to the world of decentralized finance. And when we say decentralized finance, we mean financial applications. I've got a background in everything that regards offering credit, setting interest rates, doing products like derivatives and bonds. And it's fantastic to see now happening mostly on Ethereum, then the mechanism that people need for their financial wellness are being recreated in a decentralized reality, obviously with completely different profiles in terms of security, in terms of protections against fraud, against manipulation, and in general in terms of decentralization. What is happening now so far in the world of DeFi, in a sense similarly to what happened to Bitcoin, at a lesser extent, of course, is that businesses who require relatively important initial investments are at advantage, But if you really want to open up this financial system to everyone, you have to think also of the other kind of application I was mentioning, like local currencies or stable coins, or even financial services for businesses like, I don't know, energy trading, or in some cases, social networking, which has got also an increasing economic relevance, Paradoxically, it seems that we are tackling first these businesses because these businesses really could not even get near to Ethereum. What we expect is to happen to Ethereum, which is happening in a sense, that the more people decide to access the financial services on Ethereum, the more it's going to become impossible for Ethereum to manage them. So it may remain for a while for large value transactions, as it happened in a sense to Bitcoin in the monetary system. But in a sense, it's probably going to be like to fail in terms of really opening up a decentralized financial system for everyone.
Awesome, awesome. Yeah, so you mentioned about stable coins and local currencies. I heard that Algorand is one of the candidates for hosting CBDC as well, which is the official currency that, for example, United States is going to
yeah, we do have exciting news about CBDCs, but since we are working, with governments and institutions, the timing of press release is not under our control. What I'm happy to say is that apart from already working with some smaller countries in order to build up first knowledge of the necessary issues that obviously not only scale but become much more complicated the more a country becomes large and an economic system becomes large. In any case, we have committed with some middle-sized countries, particularly one very well-known project about a country which a very particular role also in the continent where it sits. And I'm happy to say that what we have been able to prove is that our technological platform can certainly host a so-called wholesale CBDC, so a CBDC that originally is managed and used going through traditional financial systems, but it has got something more than, maybe those companies that look at helping governments and central banks to create CBDCs are not able really to provide. And it is a CBDC that everyone can use, a CBDC for a real community. As you probably know, so far, most of the well-known projects like what Singapore did with Project Ubin, what Canada did with Project Jasper, were tackling, at least in the medium short term, only wholesale CBDC, so used essentially by financial intermediaries and not necessarily open to an entire community. That's quite natural, for tech providers whose aim is mostly around, linking existing financial services in a different ways. But for us, it was even more natural to think of a project that immediately included also CBDCs for everyone, because basically that's what we already do in our public blockchain.
Totally. So you mentioned that algorithm, you're just about to celebrate your second anniversary after public launch of your mainnet. So how was the progress after the initial launch of your mainnet, and what are what's your status in terms of the whole ecosystem and adoption of algorithm into?
That's a very good question. At times it's easy to underestimate the challenges of bootstrapping a new network. And nowadays we are seeing very different ways that blockchains have decided to bootstrap their networks, and at times we may risk underestimating the effect and the consequences of what you do. For example, Algorand decided not to run an ICO, but to aim for a different form of distribution of the algos, more distributed in time. By the way, one thing that we had to do at the beginning in measuring, how the tokenomics was reacting to demand and supply was changing some of the timing of the distribution. And it took, in a sense, until December to make a long-term plan for the whole distribution of the algo, because only at that time we had enough knowledge and measurement about our own market to allow us to distribute everything in a safe way through different channels. And all these channels have a specific meaning. One channel is going towards the community, and it's essentially oriented into giving the right incentives to the community. Particularly, since we are still resources to be managed and distributed, we want the community now to take charge of how to distribute them, you know. So we want to decentralize decision making, even while the holdings are still going through the process of decentralization, which means that the community will decide also on funds that, as of now, are still under control of the foundation. It will be the community to double check the transparency, the efficiency, and the appropriateness of the distribution, and to take the most important decisions. And these are incredible evolutions if we compare them to the beginning. You know, at the beginning, we decided to have this challenge to start with a foundation that still had the resources, a lot of resources of its own. And we are only now, in a sense, proving to the community that we have been fair and capable to do what we had promised, you know, because we have already distributed in a sustainable way through a very large amount of grants and other forms of support to the ecosystem. We have been able to grow dramatically the circulating supply and also the adoption. Of course, we are not satisfied with the adoption of algorithm, as we are not satisfied with the adoption of blockchain in general, you know, but certainly we have achieved a lot. And we are ready, eventually, we have created a community sufficiently reliable and stable that we are ready even to handle down the further decentralization plan to the community themselves, you know. So our plan that the resources of a foundation can be distributed in time and in the meanwhile be used to create a responsible ecosystem has turned out to be feasible. We are very, very happy about that.
Mm-hmm. So you mentioned that you're not satisfied with the current status of the adoption or of algorithm and blockchain in general as well. I heard that algorithm is sitting upon a very large amount of war chest, which where you raised, of course, in terms of not publicly, but you raised a lot of money in terms of private sale, which is above 100 million 3 years ago. And
what are you mentioning? 100 million of what?
You raised in terms of private token sales. So you have secured a lot of
never 100 million. With the launch, we raised around 62. And we regularly publish how much we raised at every transparency report. No, it has never been such large amounts in a slow period of time, but certainly across 2 years, as you can compute precisely from a transparency report, we raised important resources, you know, that have been used to foster the ecosystem in many ways. I would say that the main one have been grants, and again, let me make another issue about the dissatisfaction that we still have in terms of adoption. We often had to give out grants in dollars, in fiat currencies, because several institutions, some of our grants also go towards municipalities or governments or university, public institutions. And they often still have difficulties, you know, to actually accept cryptocurrencies for funding the projects they have, you know. And so the amount of more traditional assets that we raised through sales also had a fundamental role in this direction. Another role that is going to have even more in the future, because that's something we're starting now, is having a sort of treasury role, you know, so a foundation that still has got several years during which is gonna support the ecosystem need to be solid, you know, and being solid means being diversified. Being solid means having a very good management of its resources. And these are all things in which, you know, some activity also in more monetary or financial terms has been useful.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So my question actually was, what's your hurdles in terms of like converting your treasury into real adoption? Is it a consensus that the community is it the consensus that takes time among your community, or is it the regulation that is the hurdle to boost up adoption and creating applications, financial applications upon Algorand? What's your point?
Yeah, it's a very good point, and it allows us to make some reasoning about what is the most likely, you know, blockchain ecosystem a few years from now. You know, it often happens to me when people ask me about the perspective of blockchain adoption, to actually talk about the internet. You know, I know that this analogy now has been made many times. I do remember myself making it 7 or 8 years ago, and that was not common at that time. But I've not really changed my mind. You know, if you think of the internet, the basic application of the email was essentially available in the 70s. The World Wide Web was available in the 80s, but you can still find a Nobel Prize for economics that in the year 2000, a future Nobel Prize for economics, so in a sense, a relatively young person, saying in 2000 that internet had been obviously a failure with no impact on economics. You know, the truth is that the internet showed better than anything else, probably in the history of humanity, how a network technology has got its importance, its relevance, actually growing exponentially with its usage. You know, so as long as I don't know, in the world 100 million people use it, even if 100 million people seems to be a large number, it's still irrelevant because that's not enough to generate enough network effect. Similarly, unfortunately, the moment in which 3 billion people out of 7 or 8 are using that, people may think that you have already reached enough network development, which is sad, you know, because it looks only purely at the economic side or the business side without looking at the more human or social side. But the blockchain is similar. So in a sense, I do remember talking about financial systems in Ethereum back in 2014 when Vitalik showed the first project. I remember developing technologies as advanced as those that we can see here in DeFi in 2017. Why there was actually no adoption at that time and no DeFi at that time? Because a different ecosystem was building up of services. You know, I mean, the most stupid one, but still one that was fundamental for my developments that looked at more typical payouts of financial markets were oracles, you know, oracles. So the communication of the blockchain with market prices that made decide, you know, the amount of collateral or this kind of things, very normal things today, was still in infancy, you know. I spent the first part of my projects months and months working with the first solutions to have oracles on Ethereum, you know. And so the truth is that very slowly Ethereum managed to generate enough network effect. And this is also the reason why, even if when Ethereum becomes massively inefficient compared to an alternative like Algorand, it's going to be slow to see businesses migrating from Ethereum to Algorand because they feel a risk of losing some of the ecosystem bits that they need. And that's why the activity of the foundation in distributing grants, in helping developers, in creating accelerators, in going on providing better technology and more user-friendly, it's exactly crucial to speed up this creation of enough network effect to see real competitors to emerge. Obviously, as I was saying, then there will be a threshold after which we will be surprised by how fast is the development of a network, even compared to the older and more established ones.
I got your point. So I know that other competitors, other mainnet, there are trying to build up an ecosystem that Ethereum has. Also, are trying to create an interoperable system that that bridges their own mainnet to the Ethereum's ecosystem. How is Algorand's approach in terms of interoperability to our with other mainnet?
No, we are open. We are open to that. With our let's say token technology, which is ASAs, several projects are working into bridging, value between Bitcoin and Algorand, between Ethereum and Algorand, and we already host some DeFi solutions on Algorand that use Ether or other tokens from other blockchain. And we are also now seeing businesses that on Ethereum open up to actually some wrapped version of the algo on Ethereum, or that use some bridge with our blockchain. We think that's absolutely normal, and in a sense can bring value, and with the right business models, it takes absolutely sense. And yes, so we are always happy, as we have seen with our grants or our partnership, to support the projects of this kind. In our opinion, they generate even more value, exactly just increasing the link between the different sub networks that actually different blockchains are.
Totally. Because your main team are residing in the United States, I guess for a major project like Algorand, you guys have a lot of opportunities to talk with the American regulators as well. So is it an advantage as a whole, or is it a hurdle for advantage?
It's a rather good question, also because it allows me to make an important note, to what you said. Talking about the foundation, we are not mainly based in the US. We are extremely decentralized. I mean, to a level that is amazing. Let me just give you some data. Sean, my CEO, is actually in Hong Kong, together with my head of human resources. But my CEO is in Australia. Myself, as the third member of the leadership meeting, chief economist, I am in Europe, in Milan. We have got head of marketing in Dublin and head of grants essentially in Austria. But we also have the chairman of our board who is in Canada, and people in ambassadors and marketing all over the world. And in the United States, for example, only one on the marketing point of view, and a group of researchers that actually, being in the past the group of crypto researchers of IBM, they have kept the same location they had before. So no, the Algorand Foundation is enormously decentralized. And in my opinion, this gives more advantages than ever because you speak with all regulations, with all regulators, but no regulator is in a sense your only reference. And that's great because blockchain needs to be global, and needs never to only think of one country. Our partner company, one of the partner companies, obviously very important because Silvio sits there, because they are still by far the largest contributor to our protocol, which is Algorand Inc., sits in the United States, And so from the point of view of the foundation, we can tell you, yes, having such a partner company in the US with a very strong relationship with regulators and a very strong relationship with all the US ecosystem is for us in the foundation an enormous advantage. But in the end, we are a Singapore foundation. And for us, that's one of our links to important economies. At the same time, we are very happy that our largest team is in China. So having the largest ecosystem partner in the United States and the largest part of the team in China, it's for us fantastic. Then about which one is the jurisdiction where it's better to be, it would be a very hard question. For sure, we are very happy to be at the same time international, at the same time in a very open and rapid country like Singapore, also because it's small, but also having very good relationship with the giants of today economics and institutions like China and the United States. So from my point of view, that's the only relevant answer, Then the questions about what it means to be an American blockchain reality needs to be asked essentially to our partner company, which is the Inc., not to the foundation that by design is really also geographically decentralized.
All right. It was my misconception of Algorand that it is not an American project, but it's a very decentralized project where the management is all around the world. And you guys have a major team even in China. So that was a big surprise for me. But still, you have a partner company in the United States where you can talk with the American regulators and move forward in terms of that. So, yeah. Right. What's your plan for throughout this year and beyond? What's your major agenda?
Yeah, definitely. This year, as a chief economist, my focus is going to be a lot about creating the governance, As I was saying, for us, decentralizing the governance does not mean, because we were surprised. I was not surprised. I was expecting this, but many of my colleagues that do not work in the economic community side were surprised that some people, when we talk, we are going to decentralize governance, were not so happy because they said, oh, come on, are we going to be able to take decisions as informed and as focused as yours, it's reasonable, every blockchain decision is for everyone really part of the community. Many things, it's a decision about the technology he believes into, but it's also an economic and financial decision. So it's absolutely reasonable that people just think of who is the best decision maker and not only I want to be the decision maker, and but the truth is that's a step we needed to do. And that's not because we want to take a step back and stop deciding, stop creating opportunity. It's because, first of all, it needs to be obvious also formally and not only substantially that the algos held by the foundation are actually for the community. And there is only a tiny fraction, very well defined, that, for example, we use for diversification, for treasury, but all the rest, billions in this case, are actually only for the community. So this needs to become true also formally, up to the point of having them locked into smart contracts, which is our future development plan that can only be unlocked by a certain vote by the community. But also, we believe that this is a way to show to the rest of the world what are the real advantages of the blockchain. blockchain, and the advantage may not be at the beginning, of course, that a decentralized community is going to have the right, the possibility actually to decide in detail on every single grant. The truth is that the foundation will still go through them, will create a dashboard with the relevant information, will already work with companies to set up milestones to ensure performance, and then the job for the governance will be easier than it would be without the support of the foundation. But the fact that the governance finally will decide will increase transparency, control, openness in a dramatic way that even, business outside the blockchain would benefit from something like that. So that's certainly a central plan for me in 2021. This will also mean creating a new kind of rewards for our participants that will be, in a sense, different from the previous ones and potentially even higher, because they are going now to contribute something and to remunerate and to incentivize something which is not this automatic. Even participating to consensus on a blockchain is up to a point automatic. Mostly it's the software doing this, for every block producer across blockchain. Governance is not something that a software can do, So we will go on potentially increasing the threshold of rewards and potentially require and providing even more info and requiring even more commitment to make sure that we actually select and make loyal the most effective community in terms of governance, and so also economically in terms of incentives, this is going to be exciting.
Amazing. So it's great to see that you guys are trying to build a real decentralized governance system and make it work towards a more decentralized system, and which eventually will benefit the whole financial ecosystem as well. So it was my pleasure to ask questions about Algorand, and thanks a lot for answering those questions.
Thank you very much. Very, very, very to the point, very relevant question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Stephen Enemekel, co-creator of MahaDAO, with the topic MahaDAO introducing the world's first value coin. Hi, Stephen.
Hey guys, nice to meet you all. Thank you for having me. My name is Steve. I'm the creator of MahaDAO. Special thanks to Lihan for allowing us to be a part of this event and giving us an opportunity to share with you guys all the exciting stuff that we have in store. So as you can see guys here, we're going to talk about MahaDAO. MahaDAO is a cryptocurrency project and it's trying to do something very different and very unique. And as you can see here, we're creating the world's first non-depreciating currency, right? So what does that mean? Well, we'll kind of get to it in a bit, but essentially there are some problems in today's world that we are trying to solve and introduce by creating a non-depreciating currency, right? So the problems that exist today is that in the crypto space, you have high volatility with coins like Bitcoin, Ethereum, and so on, which makes it unusable for day-to-day transactions, right? So if you were to buy a cup of coffee today with Bitcoins, you might as well save your Bitcoins and buy 2 cups of coffees tomorrow because the Bitcoin price is so volatile, right? And the second problem with fiat is that we're solving the problem of depreciation, which means that if you're holding $1 US or 1 Russian ruble today, the value of that currency depreciates over time because of how much new currency the government is printing, right? The US dollar, for example, over the last 50 years has lost over 90% of its value due to inflation. So inflation is this enemy of wealth that is eroding your buying power if you don't do anything with it, right? So money that is left untouched is money that loses its value. And of course, in both these industries, right, in the crypto and in the fiat, they do suffer from black swans. So when we talk about black swans in crypto, you can talk about Elon Musk. Is quickly changing his mood. One day he's talking that he loves Bitcoin, and the other day he talks about how much he does not like Bitcoin, but now he likes Dogecoin, right? So you have these events that really shake up these currencies, and in the fiat market, we had the 2001 financial crisis, the 2008 financial crisis, and crises that create a lot of panic in people, right? So there are these black swan events that really are a curse in many ways, right? So what MahaDAO is doing is that it is creating a new kind of stablecoin, a stablecoin that is resistant to inflation, to US dollar inflation, to Russian ruble inflation, Chinese yuan inflation, euro inflation, all the different fiat currencies. It is protected against inflation, but at the same time, it is also resistant to black swan events, right? So what's the meaning of that? By holding the stable coin, you will be protected against the coronavirus crisis. You will be protected against a dot-com burst. You will be protected against a financial crisis like what happened in 2008. So that is a very different kind of coin, a very magical coin, if you will. And it is, it's a different coin in the sense we're calling it the world's first value coin, which is a coin that is supposed to be stable to the value of it. So what's the meaning of that? It means that today, if I were to have one Earth coin, and the coin that we're talking about is called Earth. Today, if I were to buy 1 cup of coffee with 1 Earth coin, 10 years down the line, that 1 cup of coffee is going to be worth 1 Earth coin as it is 10 years prior, right? So the value is going to be relatively the same. And so the solution is a 2-token system, right? We have the Maha token, which is the governance tokens, supposed to keep the stable coin very secure and decentralized. And then we have the stable coin, which is Earth, that is the coin that is will perform better than inflation and is also resistant to these black swan events, right? And the way it does it is very simple. every coin of Earth is pegged to a basket of assets. So as you can see here, 80% is fiat, 15% is gold, and 5% is Bitcoin, right? And so because of this, the entire basket is sort of hedged against each other, against itself, you know. So if the fiat side of things goes down, the gold and Bitcoin side of things will go up, right? And so that keeps everything very nice and stable, right? And so that's how this works. And what you can see here is a simulation, right, on how the Earth coin will actually perform if you held one Earth coin in, let's say, the beginning of 2019. Now, in 2019, 2020, was a period where a lot of speculation happened. But you can see that even still, the Earth coin performed better. In fact, it has performed 100% against the dollar, right? So here you can see that the Earth starts at maybe 300 points, 300, and ends after 1 year at around 1200, right? And this is because that in 2019 to 2020, the gold and Bitcoin part of it had a huge upside. So yeah, this is about the MahaDAO. This is about the Earth. This is sort of like a brief about the Maha token, which is the special token that keeps everything secure and decentralized. It is a token with that launched in December 17, 2020. It has a very long supply of 10 years, and it is a token that is currently on the Ethereum blockchain, right? So before I go to this, I'm going to share my screen over to the website to give you guys more information about MahaDAO. So if you go to our website, you can see a lot of information about what the objective is. As you can see, the very first words are timeless value, world's first non-depreciating currency, sort of talking about, again, the new kind of money that will maintain its buying power irrespective of which direction the market moves. And you can see here the different features, right? One is preservation of wealth, the value stability, and also the fact that this coin will be protecting social good, right? And moving on to the exchange listing. So we have a very amazing exchange listing that is coming about. MahaDAO is listing on KuCoin, and the winners of the trading competition of KuCoin will stand a chance to win a BMW Series 3. So go ahead, go to KuCoin, trade Maha, and possibly win a chance to win a BMW Series 3. And that's about it. We are a very young project. We are looking for people to, join us in this mission of preserving wealth, of creating value stability and promoting social good. We hope that you find this currency, this new kind of currency, interesting, and it is definitely different from other currencies, other stable coins and other fiat currencies, and that's what makes us special. So with that regard, I really thank the Synopsis team for giving us the opportunity to speak. And of course, thanks once again to Lihan for organizing this and giving the public a chance to have a look at what MahaDAO is.
With 50 plus enterprise clients, 43 current use cases, and an impressive certified 10,000 transactions per second, Ergo is a fourth generation open source public blockchain. Korea Technology Finance Corporation, nonprofit government affiliated institution, is the most recent customer using Ergo mainnet in an effort to streamline the mandatory document submission process. Ergo will be the core technology of the DTT Alliance, a corporate community that aims to jointly resolve various market opportunities and barriers by looking at the future of data authentication and distribution market. The DTT Alliance plans to continuously expand its membership. Currently, it is in discussions with domestic and foreign cloud providers as it plans to grow into a leading global blockchain TSA alliance. In the future, it plans to engage in global standardization activities for TSA-related technologies based on blockchain, all based on Ergo.
Next at our summit is Jay Shin, CMO at Ergo. Jay, you're up.
Thank you, Leon, for inviting me to this conference, and we are honored to speak here. My name is Jay Shin. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer at Ergo, and also I serve as the Chief Operating Officer and Vice President at Blocko. So Ergo is a revolutionary blockchain ecosystem project that aims to combine a leading public blockchain platform with an advanced programming framework that leverages serverless utility computing. It allows creation of a new class of applications, services, and decentralized business models. Ergo was designed for enterprise, and the genesis of the ones that started Ergo is the company called Blocko. Ergo's mission is to enable a mass market of decentralized applications and enterprise firms to leverage and use public blockchain in order to build the business of the future. And Blocko is a company that have created this platform. Just to get into a little bit of Blocko, Blocko is a blockchain solution company based in South Korea. They are a high-performance, scalable blockchain protocol solutions company. Enterprise-level policies, governance, functionalities. Blocko has done a lot of work around blockchain since 2014, from the very beginning, I should say. Blocko XYZ is our subsidiary that creates solutions for consumer-facing market. And Blocko has been doing many, many projects with the leading Korea customers, such as the Korea Stock Exchange, Hyundai credit cards, Samsung credit cards, Shinhan Bank, one of the largest banks in Korea, as well as KB Bank, Lotte Card, Kia, Hyundai. We have done a lot of partnerships with enterprise global SI companies like Hyundai AutoEver, Samsung SDS, SK Telecom, LG CNS, the list goes on and on and on. Since we've been doing blockchain solutions since 2014, we have been pegged as the blockchain enterprise experts in this field. We have over 50 plus customers, and we have live production solutions that are being utilized by many, many customers. So more of a B2B2C model with the credit card companies. And we have done numerous R&D projects based on blockchain for the government as well. In Korea, blockchain technology has been stimulated by the government funding and a lot of R&D projects so that the government stimulates the blockchain solutions, and those solution POCs will hopefully make it out to the private sector and for enterprise to use. So I thought it would be interesting to go over some use cases that we've done here in South Korea with various large customers. One of the use cases I'd like to present is the Korea Exchange. We created a blockchain-based OTC trading market. The challenge that they've had was that it took 2 to 3 extra days for non-face-to-face OTC transactions to occur. And the high cost of deploying OTC trading platforms, traditional non-blockchain, compared to its trading volume was not economical. So the solution that we came up with was to deploy smart documents regarding timestamping and transactions. We implemented blockchain-based authentication using both e-signature and biometrics. The benefit was that the transaction times was reduced by less than a day. And we were doing all this securely and transparently in all transactions. The second use case is with Samsung credit cards. This was a blockchain-based single sign-on login and credit card e-application for the millions of Samsung credit card users out there. The challenge was that it required multiple logins to use services between associates, and the cumbersome paperwork and lack of security during credit card application process. The solution was to build a blockchain-based login for new mobile app and single sign-on for service for third party. And we replaced certified e-document authority agency with a timestamping on blockchain. This created simplicity and improved user convenience between associates and third parties. This effective means of non-repudiation for e-applications. The next one is a little similar, is Hyundai Car, where we've been doing a lot of projects in the financial sector. This was an in-house security management for on and offline based on blockchain. The challenge was that there was a great risk of hacking attacks. Human resources and costs used in managing visitors from outside, and demand for single integrated platform between affiliates of Hyundai. There are many sub-companies that Hyundai utilize for this. The solution was to build a visitor management system based on blockchain using tokens and QR codes. We deployed bot detection tools on blockchain for monitoring and tracking on the website. Now, the benefit was that we established a stable platform for over 2,000 endpoints. We enhanced data security by index table comparison on the blockchain. And the fourth one is Hyundai and Kia Motors. We created a blockchain-based e-document management, including employment contracts. So this was an in-house system that, that we utilize e-signatures and timestamping for tamper-proof documents, because the challenge was that there were increasing costs for printing and managing contracts on paper documents environment. There were legal issues due to missing paperwork for long-term absentees. So we built a private blockchain this time, a platform compatible with previous groupware systems. Now, the benefit is that we cut additional costs for authentication form from third party and written notice to employees. We provided integrated solutions for internal process compared to existing legacy EDMS. This one is the fifth and the last use case I'd like to go over is our government solution in the Gyeonggi-do province. This required an electronic voting system using smart contract on blockchain. Now, the challenge that they had, the city had was that they had limited participation in voting in community due to location and expenses, as well as problems during the voting process, such as ballot rigging and human error. Now, the solution was to introduce a smart contract to issue and count all e-ballots automatically, stored vote results and voting process on blockchain to secure transparency and immutability. Now, the benefit was really clear here, that enabled many thousands of residents to take votes on and offline. This saved expenses for central management, agency, and time to collect votes and results. And this improved voting veracity, as well as the trust on the system so that there's no human error when it's counting and so forth, as well as identity of who the voters are. I wish we had this in the US in the last election. This would have solved a lot of problems. And we are hoping to do something like this in the latter part of this year, and I'll get to that in the later slides. Now, where do we go from here as far as enterprises goes? One of the things that we are doing today that we are very excited about is we've created a consortium blockchain. Now, consortium blockchain sounds like, hey, you know, it's private blockchain, but has the characteristics of a public blockchain because the nodes are owned by non-internal companies or non-related companies. So the consortium of companies, non-related, will hold nodes, and a blockchain will be created to create a solution around timestamping. So we created an alliance called DTT Alliance, Decentralized Trusted Timestamping. This refers to a distributed timestamping authority to provide integrity and trust to digital documents or e-documents. The members of the DTT Alliance can ensure originality in any digital documents with a trusted timestamping history recorded on a distributed ledger. The main goal of the DTT Alliance is to provide a solution through which any data can be shared and verified anywhere, anytime, with no single point of failure and no third-party intervention. So the DTT Alliance will be a fundamental cornerstone to overcome regulatory hurdles and technical limitations. With the reform of the law on digital signature here in South Korea, the members of the DTT Alliance will be able to issue their own TSA information through the consortium blockchain without a trusted third party. This is important because the government is actually giving authority and the chance to innovate further on timestamping and document certification to the private sector so that new technology can be introduced that could be done at a reasonable price, as well as higher security of standards. As you know, that governments are slow to adopt new technology, whereas the private sector, we're always looking to stay one step ahead of the hackers. And creating a consortium blockchain where we create a decentralized platform so that trust can be, well, it could be a trustless environment, right? Now, some of you are asking, well, if you're doing a consortium blockchain on a private blockchain, where is the public or the trust factor that come in? One, the node holders aren't related. And secondly, we have created a way to anchor to the Ergo mainnet so that we can actually certify the data on a batch or per document based upon the need onto the Ergo platform. So this is this is the diagram of the DTT Alliance, the consortium blockchain, where TSA requests can be provided to various public sectors, financial sectors, supply chain, manufacturing, any type of company that would require certification of data or document. So they can give us the TSA request, TSA can happen, and it can go. It will anchor onto the Ergo mainnet, and we also provide the verification process so that later on, if there ever should be a question about the authenticity or the certification, that could be also verified. One of the really interesting company that came and said we really need this is a company called CrossAngle. CrossAngle is a Singapore company that is led by a group of professionals of data technology, investment research, and crypto professionals. CrossAngle is in a unique position as they are one of the leaders in aggregating vital information about blockchain projects for investors, for anyone who is doing research. So they feel that any information that they create should be reliable, it should be transparent, that there should be free from any discrepancies. So because there's investors who rely on this information to make their decisions on where to put their money. So the CrossAngle platform helps projects communicate with their stakeholders in crystal clarity. So in the past, they have been creating disclosures and storing it themselves. But now with the DTT Alliance, they are now recording disclosures directly onto the Ergo platform. And this will create higher transparency as well as investor protection, so that no information will ever be changed, or any type of disputes in the future could be solved with the certified documents and information that CrossAngle has recorded onto the blockchain. Now, Ergo has been not only innovating on creating the best platform for enterprise, we have been incubating unique projects out there to find innovative use for the Ergo platform. One of the companies that we have incubated is a company called Crispy Whales. Now, Crispy Whales is on a mission to create a safe marketplace for content creators who create short clips. Now, these are short clips that are could be stock images, stock videos that YouTubers use to fill gaps, to do titles, to do endings, and so forth. And there was a need to protect the content creators from copying and copyright disputes and so forth. So they are creating an NFT-based short clip creation and marketplace. And we thought that was a great way to create protection between the buyers and the sellers of these video short clips. And having it on the Ergo mainnet, where our ARC 1 and 2 protocols for NFT could be minted, as well as the transaction fee is much, much lower than the current ERC 720 based NFT. So Crispy Whales is taking advantage of that as well. Another incubation project we have is called CCCV. And CCCV is a company that, it's kind of funny, the CCCV stands for Control C, Control V, copy and paste, I believe. And what they do is they take social network influencers' claims and verify them. So you have a verification service that influencers or anybody who poses as an expert, their claim or their credentials can be certified and given to them as badges, so that people who are following them or people who are taking their advice could be assured that they have the necessary credentials or trainings or certifications to be an expert in that field. So not only social network influencers, but professionals, or even in one of the more amusing uses, maybe dating services, where people can say, hey, yes, I do work in a large corporation. Yes, I'm at a level. Yes, my income level, my education, some of the things, certifications I have. So it could be some of a person verifier. Lastly, one of the incubation project is Pickle. It's kind of a funny name. So Pickle is a e-voting platform derived from a need from the Korea Broadcasters Association. Currently, I'm not sure wherever you are in the world today, you must have a TV show where contestants come up, and it could be like the America's Got Talent or Voice or any of these shows where the audience participates to vote for the talent. To nominate them, to vote for them to be the best singer, best dancer, or what have you. And the Korean Broadcaster Association knew that a lot of the revenue based on these current system is provided by telecoms SMS. So people today vote via phone or text messages, and the revenue for that is actually going to the telecoms, not to the broadcasters or the talent themselves. So the Korean Broadcaster Association worked with Bloco to create a solution where there's voting on a blockchain platform so that that could be the proof that there's no manipulation, there's immutable voting decisions, and as well as a certification of the person who's voting. So we believe that right now, this is intended for shows with celebrities or shows with talent, but we feel that this platform can be used in the future, once proven, for politics, for elections, for any type of political platforms where voting is needed and has to be absolute, where one person has one vote and those votes cannot be changed. So we're very excited about Pickle, and we have high hopes that by fall, we'll see TV shows with the Pickle solution deployed, and we'll be voting on celebrities or talents by then. So this is a very brief talk about Ergo. You can find more information on ergo.io. And just, one of the things that I wanted to just kind of leave behind is that we've been doing enterprise blockchain for many years. And there's a migration or evolution from private blockchain to public blockchain. Now, customers have been very shy about using public blockchain because of the unpredictability of gas fees, transaction fees, as well as the stigma of open source, as well as open security that that anyone can see the ledger and so forth. But that has been changing and evolving. And at Blocko, we are presenting not really the solution of blockchain, but we are speaking to our customers about the needs that they have and design the best solution for them while using blockchain technology. Now, that sounds kind of roundabout, but what I'm trying to say is that today it's not necessary or even required or requested that we go into a customer and present blockchain first. What we're doing is presenting a solution that meets their need, and then once that can be satisfied, then the underlying technology is blockchain. So we are looking to meet and delight the customer's needs first, and then the technology is blockchain. And we know that from various engagements that we've had over the years that blockchain cannot replace every solution or system out there. But blockchain definitely has a place in enterprise where immutability, certification, authentication, credibility is key. I believe that blockchain will definitely take a foothold there. And it will be transparent to the user itself, but definitely we know that from our experience that blockchain in the enterprise will constantly evolve and become more utilized without the end user ever knowing that it's blockchain. And I think that's how it should be. So if you have any questions, please email me. I can be reached via the website here. And I thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak at this conference. Thank you very much.
With 50 plus enterprise clients, 43 current use cases, and an impressive certified 10,000 transactions per second, Ergo is a fourth generation open source public blockchain. Korea Technology Finance Corporation, nonprofit government affiliated institution, is the most recent customer using Ergo mainnet in an effort to streamline the mandatory document submission process. Ergo will be the core technology of the DTT Alliance, a corporate community that aims to jointly resolve various market opportunities and barriers by looking at the future of data authentication and distribution market. The DTT Alliance plans to continuously expand its membership. Currently, it is in discussions with domestic and foreign cloud providers as it plans to grow into a leading global blockchain TSA alliance. In the future, it plans to engage in global standardization activities for TSA-related technologies based on blockchain, all based on Ergo.
XIP ecosystem is designed to decentralize the internet and overcome monopolistic control over domain names and top-level domains. A blockchain DNS solution where agnostic NFTs preferred by you identifies your domain and top-level domain. XIP token is an agnostic usage and governance token released initially based on the Binance chain. XIP tokens will be used to buy, sell and auction domains at top-level domains, while token holders will get staked when domains and TLDs are purchased and auctioned.
Our next speaker is Marie Tatiboué, CMO at Gate.io. Marie, you're up.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much to Lehan for inviting Gate.io. We are so proud to be sponsors here today. My name is Marie Tatiboué, and I'm the Chief Marketing Officer at Gate.io and Gate Technology. I'm very excited to be sharing the Gate Chain presentation with you today. So let's get into the content. So GateChain is your gateway to decentralized safety. Let's maybe talk a little bit more about Gate technology first. We own Gate.io. Gate.io has been around since 2013, making it one of the oldest cryptocurrencies in the market, which means that we've been through a lot of things and we have come out more resilient than ever. We have over 600 trading pairs nowadays, and we recently hit 4 million registered users with 2 million app users. And in March, we hit an $8.6 trillion in trading volume. This was a huge milestone for us. That is, the kind of numbers that rival institutions. So is very exciting for us, for sure. We also own wallet.io, which is an advanced on-chain wallet. It's very secure, and there's also a gateway between wallet.io and gate.io for easy transfers. And we, of course, have created GateChain, which is a public blockchain dedicated to fund safety and decentralized exchanging. I will go into more detail about this in a little bit. We're very proud to be BTI verified and being part of the CoinMarketCap Data Alliance partner. Very important to note that a lot of exchanges out there are faking their volume. We've never done so. We will never do so. We're always very focused on bringing transparency to the industry. So, like I said, here are some of our recent achievements. We hit peak spot trading at $8.6 trillion in March of this year. It's been a very exciting time, and it was in April that we hit the 4 million user mark, and the numbers have kept on exploding since then. It's been completely crazy. We've had to hire a lot of new people to keep up with all of the demand. And yeah, it's a very exciting time in general for us. We also have one of the world's leading sustainable perpetual contracts trading platforms. Back in January 2019, we were at 227 million daily trading volume. So this is very good as well. And in general, over the Q1 of 2021, we've had an average spot trading on the daily of $97 billion. So this is quite a far ways away from, just a few years ago. We were only hitting like 100 million and that sort of thing. 97 billion is a huge amount, and that's why when you have these kind of funds, having a top-notch technical team is very important. Whether you use Gate or you use another exchange, make sure that the technical team is very strong, because if they're not, there are a lot of weaknesses and a lot of hackers out there. So, and speaking of hackers, I think this is one of the blockchain industry's core issues. We have seen a huge amount of security threats to cryptocurrency exchanges and owners. And I mean, just take a look at the numbers. We've seen over $1.5 billion hacked, and that was in 2018. So it's gone up a lot since then. And almost all of the big exchanges have lived through hacks. Gate.io has been through, not hacks, but definitely we've had to freeze funds because hackers were looking to get in. We've definitely seen that kind of activity, and we are very aware of how everything is happening, so we're able to identify it and stop it before anything goes further. But a lot of exchanges are not, and as a result, a lot of exchanges lose user funds. So what is the solution here? The solution that we have found is GateChain. And with GateChain, you're going to be able to recover stolen digital assets. You're going to be able to find lost private keys. So how are we going to be able to do that for you? So basically, this is a high frequency problem, losing the private keys. You have to have the mnemonic password, and basically you want to be able to re-export the private key. When it comes to hacking, you want to be able to retrieve the digital assets to whatever account it has been sent to. So, this is the kind of thing that we're looking at solving. So how are we able to do that? We're able to monitor the risk signal. We're able to send some urgent alerts. And then most importantly, we're able to apply to retrieve the authorization. And finally, we're able to retrieve the assets. This is really important. And we also have a third-party fund insurance service to support GateChain as well. So as an example, for a little use case, for example, user Mr. G uses a private key account to save funds and also carries out daily transfers and financial management. So he uses a trading platform. He uses Gate.io and maybe also Wallet.io for his funds that he wants to keep safely. But a hacker comes into Mr. G's computer and steals his private key and starts transferring all the funds to the hacker's private key account. This is how hackers usually proceed. But the insurance platform, Gate.io, will monitor the fund change, and we will be able to send an urgent alert to Mr. G so that he can stop it. And he will immediately be able to stop it thanks to the platform. So we're able to redeem it with close to zero cost. And I think this is one of the biggest things that we're solving in the industry. As you can see, here are all the kind of like private insurance accounts, and it works. So yeah, as you can see, right, you see the funds are stolen. And then we are also simultaneously looking at the blockchain data monitoring. The email or SMS or phone call is sent to the user, and then the user confirms that the funds have been stolen. And as a result from that, the platform will sign the authorized redemption with the private key, and it will be sent over to the temporary insurance account. Following that, we're able to retrieve the assets, and then following that, the user is going to be able to withdraw the assets onto another private account. And if it should happen again, then the whole process would happen again. Obviously, we hope that it would not happen again. So yes, this is the main advantage with GateChain. You're able to recover the funds. It is all inbuilt into the blockchain. And you might be asking me, how is this possible? It is possible with the standard account and the vault account. So in the vault account, the transactions that you make are revocable, whereas on the standard account, they are irrevocable, like in any other blockchain. But on the vault account, they are revocable, which is why the private insurance fund can go and be able to retrieve the funds. Because it's all on the same blockchain, and because the blockchain has this mechanism inbuilt in it, we're automatically able to retrieve the funds. So that is, I think, one of the most exciting things. I think GateChain is supported by Wallet.io. We have also been working with a lot of other wallets who would like to support the GateChain blockchain. And yeah, I think it's going to be very exciting. Right now, only GT is available to safeguard on your vault account. However, we will be adding other blockchains as well, and have other coins available to be protected by this mechanism. And I think it's going to be really exciting. We're going to see a lot of data synchronization, a lot of open source, and of course, we have all of the top-notch security that is needed to be able to accompany fund security. We have distributed a lot of the GT tokens. GT will of course be used as gas on the blockchain. We have distributed it already. There is still some to be distributed still. But we did raise funds originally in April of 2019. And we, obviously have kept some funds from development, for marketing, for the ecosystem. Some of the funds, of course, are going to be kept in the insurance fund so as to, be able to give some of the funds back to any of the users if there's any problem. So yes, that is the main deal. We, of course, will be also using the GateChain token for POS mining rewards. And it will, be used as the base currency and as transaction fuel fee on the GateChain DEX. So yes, this is it. Thank you so much for listening to me today about GateChain, and enjoy.
Imagine a lake with clear water and unpolluted air. Imagine a website with real news and no hidden, unlabeled, sponsored articles masquerading as real news. That place exists, and it's called Be in Crypto, the first and only cryptocurrency news portal to provide complete transparency and honest news. Pure, relevant, informative. Are you in?
May 7th, 2020. Freeton was created by 13 big validator companies from all over the world. A completely decentralized world created by the power of community. Freeton has never had any particular owner. It doesn't have an ICO. All funds from the givers serve as the reward for the useful and important for the network actions via competition-based contest. Freeton got very big partners. After having engaged 1,000 partners, Freeton will have 1 billion of users. Do you want to become part of that? You can. Enter the contests. Offer your contest to the community. Engage partners with big audience. Or just buy tokens and take part in staking. Are you ready to join the decentralized world? We are waiting for you.
One of our keynote speakers, Alexander Filatov, is connecting. He's the leader of the famous Freeton. For a long time, this project was developed by Pavel Durev's team and co-founder of Ton Labs, Alexander. Alexander, you are up.
Hi, Maria. Thank you very much for the nice introduction. It's a pleasure to be here and speak today. When chilling about Freeton, let me first of all say that start actually by historical perspective. I think we all know that blockchain historically has been struggling on a few things, and there are two kind of elements dominating there. One is the whole subject of scalability, which consists of throughput and speed, latency, and finality as well, which is important for user experience. And the second kind of big subject is the whole subject of adoption. And by adoption, we mean both developer adoption, the quality and quantity of developer tools out there, and also user adoption. How easy to use are the blockchain solutions, and whether user interfaces and user experience are up to the current kind of global IT standards. And Freeton has been trying to, and actually successfully addressed to a large extent, all three of those things, the scalability, developer adoption, and end user adoption. And we'll talk about that in a minute. User adoption is always the progress, of course. It's just a starting point. The history of Freeton goes back to the times when the folks in the Telegram Messenger, Pavel and Nikolai Durov, decided to create essentially the first truly scalable blockchain and integrated with the Telegram Messenger. It was back in 2017, and at that time, Nikolai Durov, who is the CTO, was already a year and a half ago researching different blockchain solutions to be able to come up with what later was designed and as dynamic sharding to allow scalability. And at that time, they had just under 200 million users. And again, the idea was that the blockchain is, scalable enough and fast enough to enable proper user experience for those Telegram folks, for the Telegram users, and also to be able to address, millions of transactions per second, essentially. And they were developing that, and our company, Ton Labs, on parallel, was ventured with a mission to come up with the missing piece, which is a whole bunch of developer tools. And we ended up developing that, and it's now called Ton Operating System, Ton OS. Then I guess, as many of our audience, of our folks in the audience know, Telegram was essentially sued by Securities and Exchange Commission back in 2019 for, in SEC's opinion, unregistered security offering, and unfortunately lost, and Telegram had to withdraw from the project. By that time, there was a community of about 1,000 developers who were, gearing up, already developing something on top of Ton. And there was our company, Ton Labs, where I'm one of the co-founders. And we worked for 2 years at that time on building what we call Ton Operating System on top of Ton. Because if you think of Ton as essentially decentralized, computation platform, decentralized microprocessor, so Ton OS sits on top of that and caters to the developers and final users, and that's why we call it operating system. Again, a vertical stack addressing both of those two segments. And we were developing Ton OS on top of documentation that Telegram delivered on the virtual machine and the other segments. And it was synchronized from the technical standpoint. We also participate actively in debugging of the protocol and also complementing documentation that Telegram was doing. So by the time Telegram withdrew from the project, Ton Labs and active developer community had good understanding of the project from the technical standpoint and was able to launch it. And I'll talk about that in a minute because it was quite an interesting launch and an interesting governance and business model chosen. So when Telegram withdrew from the project, there were a few challenges, in front of the communities that set up to launch Freeton. One of them was, what do we do from the governance standpoint, also given the learnings from the court case with SEC. And the solution found was by the community was to launch Freeton in a very decentralized manner. There were 17 initial validators, top folks from the proof of stake networks, like, Chorus One and Certus One, Doki Capital, P2P.org, Everstake, obviously Ton Labs and Broxus, and some of the other active developers in the ecosystem, which united and launched the project on May 17 live, with live streaming to YouTube and on Zoom. Zero State and Genesis block was formed. And then there was a series of contests for validators based on performance-based, to achieve true decentralization. And the first set of contests was on C++ node. And as a result, 370 validators were added through the contest, truly independent. There was independent KYC made by a Swiss provider who made sure there is no collusion and those people are real or companies are real. And more important, and also very importantly, independent, not linked to each other, to avoid any collusion on the network. And currently, as we talk, basically, there is a contest validator contest happening on the Rust node, where between 250 and 300 validators would be added. And again, the network has two nodes, C++ node and Rust node, which is very good for stability and security of the network. So that's one big intervention that was made to go for real decentralization at the validator level. Similarly, there was a decision to go for very decentralized governance, essentially a community-owned blockchain and project. Typically, there is a company or a foundation that more or less runs the show in terms of governance. In case of Freeton, it's not the case. There's been very aggressive decentralization of governance. The key element used for that is so-called sub-governances, or a more familiar term would be DAOs, which is basically a group of people who got passionate about developing Freeton in their particular country or region, or in a certain functional area. We currently have 32 of those sub-governances. We have 6 national ones: South Korean, Mexican, African, Vietnamese, French, and I think that's it. I think that's 6. And we have a few more in the pipeline, Japanese and Indian one coming up shortly as we talk, and there is more in the pipeline. And also the functional ones in areas like DeFi, developer experience, NFT, DevOps, Wiki, etc. All the relevant areas where people essentially unite, develop their own roadmap of how they want to develop Freeton in their particular country or in functional area, then get allocation of tokens from what we call global governance, and do their own contests, do their own activities to develop in their particular geography and area. And this is a very scalable platform because it can scale to, it can scale geographically, it can scale into more and more functional areas, and that's proven to be very successful. We currently see more than 100,000 people in the community overall, being very active, and developing Freeton. And we think, again, that's a scalable way. The important thing fueling all that is that a third decision that was made on the network is to do something very refreshing for the industry and not do any token sale of any shape or form at the beginning, which is not typical because most of the protocol, in fact, I think all of the major recent protocols, starting from the token sale. And that's fine. The benefits are obvious. You get, some liquidity into the token immediately. You get a whole bunch of cash, which you can spend, on grants, on supporting liquidity, etc., etc. And we decided not to do that for 2 reasons. For 2, I would say, strategic reasons. One is that we think regulation is going to get tougher, and there is a risk that the protocol that did token sale would end up facing challenges from the regulators from around the world, that this was unregistered security offering. And this risk is not today. I don't think most of the regulators have capacity today to handle all of the multiple protocols at launch. But one day regulation will come into the space from our standpoint. So doing no token sale is very safe because you just eliminate the risk of security because there is no security offering at all on the primary market. And tokens are distributed from what we call 3 multi-sig givers: the validator giver, developer giver, and partnership giver, partnership/referral giver, in exchange as a utility, in exchange for contribution to the network. So there is a whole bunch of contests which are being run on Freeton. There are about 200 contests done now in different sub-governances. Everything from complicated things like decentralized exchanges, oracles, bridges to the other networks, and all the way to simple things like translations, and Christmas cards and everything in between. And that's done through contests, and winners and participants are rewarded in tokens. And this way they become, passionate stakeholders and work even more in contributing to the ecosystem. And we think that's a benefit versus this whole approach is very beneficial, because when you don't do token sale, you don't create that speculative kind of intent in the network, but you engage more of the passionate believers in developing the ecosystem. And they do it not for the sake of financial gain, but because they do believe in the power of that ecosystem, and they want to be part of that. Of course, then they get rewarded with tokens and also become stakeholders. And then that makes it even more sustainable and powerful. And then the reason we prefer contests over grants is obviously grants are very easy. Somebody decides that there is company XYZ who is very good in, in DEXs or oracles or extensions or whatever. Why don't we give them a grant? But then you risk on performance, because the guys can lose motivation. They just might not crack it from the technical standpoint, and you don't have any competition on timing and quality. So whenever we do contests, we get competition because there is a certain time frame where you have to deliver, as well as you get multiple submissions. And we could see even with complex things like stable coins and decentralized exchanges, and currently NFT marketplaces, the contest is just over. We have multiple submissions even on those complex things, and they're competing. There are multiple executions in the market, which is very good also for for the quality and depth and breadth of the ecosystem. So those are kind of two big interventions that I mentioned so far. And the third one is to face and address the challenge of losing Telegram user base, at least at the beginning. The partnership with Telegram might eventually happen in one shape or another, and it's partially already happening with the Telegram ecosystem. I'll talk about that later on. But the idea we came up with is to allocate 85% of network tokens, 4.25 billion tokens out of 5 billion, for partnerships, where partners would bring use cases and their user base for integrating Freeton as a backend, and Ton Crystal, which is a token of the network, as the element within its gamification program or loyalty program. So that way there's a deeper integration, and partners would get tokens in exchange for that integration or within that loyalty/gamification program, and Freeton would get real life use cases with real users, and also those users would populate the ecosystem and migrate to the other solutions that we have. And we currently have about 30 of those partnership use cases. Some of them are actually delivered, but a few are coming as we talk, basically, to the ecosystem. So that's a little bit on the governance and on the innovations of Freeton. Again, no token sale, which avoids regulatory risk and also brings the right people, at least we think. The very decentralized governance with global governance very quickly losing its influence as sub-governances pick up, with contests and local execution or functional execution. And this partnership model where we reward partners, and there's been, again, a significant number of tokens already distributed through contests and partnerships to reward contribution to the ecosystem. And we think that's a very scalable way of doing stuff. Let me talk a little bit about performance. So Telegram team, because of that, deep research that they've done on the networks that existed at that time, and overall, on how to achieve scalability in the blockchain, because on their experience with high load systems like Telegram already at that time was, again, 200 million people, which is a very big load on the system. Telegram was basically able to invent what they call dynamic sharding, and we actually even upgraded the term to multi-threading, which is a more precise term talking computer science language. And basically what it is whenever the load comes to the network, it just shards itself to handle that workload, that load, without slowing down, because also obviously speed and latency and finality is very important for user experience in quite a few sectors, which were suffering from that: fintech, DeFi, etc. and gaming, and we think it's very important. Importantly, also, even some of the latest protocols that are about to deliver sharding, like Near, for example, or planning to deliver it, like Ethereum 2.0, they typically look at the, at the transactions, at the transmission of data. The way we look at it is that the system should handle parallel execution of smart contracts. Because once we get into more and more sophisticated use cases, not just peer-to-peer transactions of tokens or very simple smart contracts, but something more sophisticated, will face eventually a problem of scalability at the level of executing smart contracts. And that's something that was delivered in Freeton, and that's very revolutionary. We're not aware of any other networks that currently even has that in the pipeline. And that's kind of on performance. On talking a little bit about the developer tools, I don't want to go into the details, but TonOS has a very comprehensive set of tools and bindings that make development on Freeton much easier. There is comprehensive SDK. There are two compilers, one from modified Solidity to attract the folks who are fluent in Solidity, and also universal compiler, LLVM compilers that currently supports C and C++ languages, and there'll be more languages added down the road. And there are also helpful bindings like GraphQL to parse the data from the blockchain, databases, it's a Kafka, etc., etc. Don't want to mention all of that. And on the front end, there is a whole bunch of front end tools currently delivered. I'll mention, for example, the one from Ton Labs, but again, there is more from the community. The one from Ton Labs is called TonSurf. It's essentially a 5-in-1 product with 4 functions already activated. It's a messenger, very secure messenger built on freshly written code. Within the messages, you can send each other tokens. So it's a wallet built essentially into the messenger. It's a browser catalog where you can browse decentralized applications. It's a staking platform where you can stake from the wallet. Even if you have 150 tokens, you can already stake them and send them into decentralized staking pool. And essentially, it will be very soon, a few months from now, it will be voting solution as well. So you'd be able to vote for governance decisions in the network, even having a few tokens with a push essentially of one button, with a very friendly user interface. And that's what we call governance 2.0, when we evolve into all token holders, making decisions on the network. Importantly, when I mention also the browser and catalog, another kind of invention of Freeton is what we call dbots or dpages. We have 2 names for that, and that's basically the ability to open decentralized applications directly from TonSurf, which is somewhat revolutionary because it's it hasn't really been done before. And also what we deliver with that and the other elements of our end-to-end decentralized stack is it's essentially the first web-free network. There is no interface with web, and web is not involved. It's directly front-end to the blockchain itself. So we call it, a little bit hinting on Web3, we call it web-free. And that's another element of innovation, which we think is a game changer in the space. Also important for adoption, those dbots are very easy to write. It's 2 simple smart contracts, and we see already tens of those smart contracts, 10 of those dbots, tens of them being written, and hopefully there'll be like thousands within the next 12 months to come, which is very good for adoption. And again, integrated into the front end, so so that simple users who don't have fluency in the blockchain can open those dApps in a very simple manner. And it's also a very friendly and easy to use interface. You can check it out for yourself with TonSurf. As I mentioned already, Freeton was launched a year ago, May 7, 2020. It's been more than a year. It's been the network as a mainnet. The network has been stable. What we call sufficient decentralization was achieved in December 2020. And after that, all limitations were lifted, like ability of US citizens to interact with the platform. It's all been lifted, and it's now a global and open network with thousands of people contributing to it every day. There is, as I mentioned already, there's been a growing adoption with about 30 partnership use cases, and there are more coming up every day. It's implemented, most of it is implemented by community, with Stone Labs, our company, focusing on the core developer and being a core developer of the network. And maybe last thing I mentioned, which is also very fresh, is Stone Labs being core developer of the network, only got allocation of 5% of network tokens with 18 months vesting, and limit on Stone Labs not being able to own more than 25% of network tokens at any given point in time. So that will even further slow down, which is again very fresh, because 5% is a very small number, and it's kind of symbolic, because that's what Satoshi has with Bitcoin. So I think that's another element of decentralization, and a way also to avoid what regulators call active participant in the network. The role of Stone Labs has been decreasing in development and governance and community management. Again, it's community taking it over. And at that time, I'll probably stop and open it to potential questions later on. Thank you very much again, Maria.
May 7th, 2020, Freeton was created by 13 big validator companies from all over the world. A completely decentralized world created by the power of community. Freeton has never had any particular owner. It doesn't have an ICO. All funds from the givers serve as the reward for the useful and important for the network actions via competition-based contests. Freeton got very big partners. After having engaged 1,000 partners, Freeton will have 1 billion of users. Do you want to become part of that? You can. Enter the contests. Offer your contest to the community. Engage partners with big audience. Or just buy tokens and take part in staking. Are you ready to join the decentralized world? We are waiting for you.
The internet is probably the single largest human-made structure ever. Today, we can divide the modern technology era into two distinctive periods: before the internet and after the internet. This is how disruptive the World Wide Web has become. The internet boom transformed the way we carry out transactions, communicate, share information, promote business, entertain, study, and so forth. But the internet was never architected for such a critical global role. Organizations like ICANN and IANA have been controlling the internet, and big tech companies are working on censoring the internet. These organizations have the power to seize, revoke, dismiss, and permanently erase any domain from existence. And big tech companies think that they know best about what we should and should not see and read because of the centralized nature of their platforms. We should have independence on the internet, and we have to make sure it remains independent and neutral without any outside political bias or affiliation. It is now time to take back the internet, rebuild it and decentralize it so that it doesn't have the same choke points. EXIP by Community for Community is going to create absolute independence on the internet. EXIP ecosystem is designed to decentralize the internet and overcome monopolistic control over domain names and top-level domains. A blockchain DNS solution where agnostic NFTs preferred by you identifies your domain and top-level domain. Exib DNS is blockchain-based, and the owner of the respective domain and top-level domain has complete control of its usage. Even the provisioning of new domain names cum subdomains. Exib ecosystem is custom-built to the needs of any individual, private or government institution. Exib token is an agnostic usage and governance token released initially based on the Binance chain. Exib tokens will be used to buy, sell and auction domains and top-level domains, while token holders will get staked when domains and TLDs are purchased and auctioned. Exib browser and extension will enable users to access blockchain-based DNS technologies, where everything progresses with a zero-knowledge policy. No one will own the internet, but the community. Given the security of an intranet while providing the connectivity of the internet, only then can we build a genuinely free and open internet.
Next, we have three guys from Exib. Exib is a project that is designed by multinational teams and partners who are experts in blockchain, cybersecurity, fintech industry in general. The team is led by Shashi, the founder and CEO of Mobiglotech Blockchain Corp, and Sharmilan, CEO of Niftron, a blockchain as a service project that actually won the Best Newcomer Award Startup Global Awards. Together, they will serve in the project as partners. First, we have Shashi Megavalna, founder and CEO at Exib.
Thank you, Maria. Good day, and thanks to the organizers of Synopsis 2021 for giving me this honor of addressing a crowd consist of CEOs and tech leads worldwide. Generally, I would say some genius minds who have seen the future. So starting from the barter system to the current financial system, humankind make it anyway, and today we are gathered with the future, because I feel crypto and the blockchain are the future. People who attend this Synopsis conference have seen it and identified it, and I'm sure that you all may be working on several areas to make it happen. And so I'm really happy to address this conference in this situation. So we'll start. I would like to say, if you're familiar with the current system, you will see centralization everywhere. Centralization is generally not so friendly when it comes to efficiency. The other obstacles include no transparency, lack of proper security, and fraud detection. All of these are just too much to ignore now. So blockchain has the potential to change almost every industry out there with decentralization. And cryptos are changing the current financing system. So mass adoption is happening for the moment before we expect it to happen in few years, right? So the decentralization features of blockchain technology allows users to make transactions without the involvement of any third party. As blockchain technology uses cryptographic encryption, it provides high security and transparency features for financial transactions. Apart from finance, it has significant applications across different industries such as supply chain, retail, healthcare, education, banking, IT, and so forth. So actually, the reduce of the risk of fraud. Fraud is one of the biggest concerns when it comes to almost anything relating to money. So whether it be transferring funds or simply using a credit card on an insecure site, the possibility of fraud is there and a big concern for everyone. So this is especially true for those who have been the victim of fraud in the past. So because it is not associated with your bank account or cash funds, and it transferred electronically and securely with the blockchain, recording all transactions. Cryptocurrency will play a big part in reducing fraud, which will also offer peace of mind, we can say, right? So, and increase of crowdfunding. So crowdfunding is an increasingly popular way for entrepreneurs nowadays to raise money for their startups, concepts, and or products. So investors can make small investments instead of few investors making large investments. So therefore, this mitigate risk. Without the risk, more investors want to get involved. So cryptocurrency will make the world a better place as it continues positively impact on crowdfunding. So, and the change the money transfer process. Wires and bank transfers are faster and more efficient. However, they still have a long way to go. So it can still take some transfers a week or longer to clear and be deposited, especially if the transfer is international. So the transfers of cryptocurrency doesn't require all of the same checks and balances process that banks do before funds can be deposited. Whether a national or international transfer, cryptocurrency transfers are instant, so don't require any fees, and only small amounts of fees will be applied and can be tracked and securely stored in the blockchain. And even cryptos and blockchain can make e-commerce industry more strong and safer. Right, it seems like everyone makes most of their purchases online nowadays, especially during this COVID pandemic season. Although it's much more convenient than driving from store to find a specific item, and makes window shopping a lot easier and more comfortable. So concerns of fraud deter shoppers from making certain or as many purchases as they otherwise would. So not only does use of cryptocurrency reduce the risk of fraud for shoppers, so but it does the same for vendors and sellers. So cryptocurrency transactions are permanent in addition to the mitigation of risk. Using cryptocurrency creates more opportunities for worldwide business, right? So, and encourage scientific advancements is also one of the key features that I have seen with the blockchain and cryptocurrency. So we have made a lot of scientific advancements in the last decades alone, but critical data and information seems to be kept secret by institutions and governments around the world, making it difficult for continued collective advancement. So cryptocurrency and blockchain technology can help change the scientific roadblocks we face by providing everyone access to real-time data and eliminating the major institutes, foundations, and corporations sitting on important information. So one company, Nanovision, is already working on a platform that will allow every person or global citizen scientist, as they say, participate in the making further advancement, right? So those are the things that I have seen that cryptos and blockchain can transform the world in a better way. And even we can keep companies and individuals accountable. Unfortunately, there are numerous companies and even entire industries out there that follow corrupt and illegal practices. So as consumers, we want to ensure that the businesses we buy from run with integrity, and that all rights are being upheld and laws are being followed. Taking a company or individual word on their integrity based on what they write about themselves on paper is not a reliable way to determine the ethics of their actual practices, though. So cryptocurrency will make the world a better place by changing this process. Blockchain technology, which is behind cryptocurrency, cannot be changed like traditional currency. Using in crypto, blockchain technologies keeps companies and individuals accountable, and also consumers know more about the companies that they sell to them, right? So those are the critical areas. Like blockchain has the potential to change almost every industry out there with decentralization. So, but the issue is that still 90% of the world has not understood what cryptocurrency and blockchain are and what they are capable of. So I think by being the tech leads and the CEOs of the blockchain startups and the crypto startups, we have a responsibility of making the people understand. So usually when my cousins or friends or whoever asks me what is cryptocurrency and blockchain, I just answer them with examples as per their area of understanding. Right. So let's say if the person comes from a financial industry background, I will tell them, do you know what has happened to the postal industry once the email was introduced? So the same thing will be happen to the banking industry. So likewise, we can make people understand the importance and the value of blockchain and crypto in simple ways. Right. So that is how we have to educate the people for the future. And but considering the main facts, but what I feel is the primary component that we connect with each other is not decentralized still, right? So if we can divide the modern technology era into two distinctive periods, like before the internet and after the internet. So this is how the most disruptive the World Wide Web has become. The internet boom transformed the way we carry out transaction, communicate, share information, promote business, and entertain, study, and so forth. So the domain name system, the DNS system, is one of the foundations of the internet. Because of the internet, we are connecting to each other. So that is a critical component and the most important component that we are using day-to-day lives. So this domain name system, the most people outside of networking probably don't realize that they use it day-to-day, their jobs to their jobs, and check their emails and waste their times on surfing Facebook and everywhere on their smartphones. So this DNS in 1980s, so Paul McCarthy came up with a system that automatically mapped IP addresses to domain names. And that's where the DNS is born. That's where the DNS was born. So the same system still serves as the backbone of the modern internet, right? Without the DNS, nothing will work, right? So at its most basic, DNS is a directory of names that match with numbers. The numbers in the case are IP addresses, which computers use to communicate with each other. Most descriptions of DNS use the analogy of a phone book, which is fine for people over the age of 30 who know what a phone book is. If you are under 30, think of DNS like your smartphone's contact list. So which matches people's names with their phone numbers and email addresses, then multiply that contact list by everyone else on the planet, right? And yet only a small subset of the world knows that it exists. So, and then even similar group understand what it does, right? The smaller group only understand what it does and how it works. So the real problem is that the people that need to know how it works and could actually benefit from his knowledge, right? So the organizations like ICANN and IANA have been controlling the internet name servers, and even the big tech companies so wants to censor the internet. So that is a critical issue that we are facing right at the moment, because ICANN manages the domain name system in the world. It's a non-profit organization that creates and implements policies for domain names and TLDs. And I can use permission to companies called domain name registers like Namecheap, GoDaddy, likewise. So selling domain names, and these domain registers are allowed to make changes to domain names registry on your behalf. And actually what happens in the current internet is you just rent your domains, but you don't own it, right? So these two organizations have the power to seize or revoke or dismiss or permanently erase any domain from existence. Though these two organizations will falls under the non-profit umbrella, so they recklessly support and provide unlawful assistance to governments and top tech giants in the world. So it has happened in the past, and there were so many case studies. If you search in the internet, you can find out. And now let's say it's a global threat. Why I'm saying that? So as an example, let's say if they remove any country level domain, right? So that particular countries stock markets won't work, aviation systems won't work, and their emails may not work, and the banking systems may not work, and it will be a financial crisis and a nightmare for a country and even for a business if something happens to our domain, because we all are doing all our businesses depending on the internet for the moment. So that's why the domain names are considered as a part of a critical infrastructure. So because the country's internet to function seamlessly, that they have poured billions of dollars in upgrading their military and other infrastructure to be smart, right? So apart from the countries trying to solve this issue, some commercial projects are trying to solve it. But the current solutions are in bits and pieces rather than a full-fledged solution, because several projects are attempting to address the issue with the domains and focus on blockchain-based domain names. Still, they are not looking or trying to solve the actual use case of these domains and how the domains will be verified or used in the future. Almost all of these projects issuing domains claim to be decentralized. However, based on their architecture, they are centralized. If the centralized entity ceases to exist, so do all the domains. A fully decentralized domain creation, issuing, verifying system project with decentralized browser and a DNS resolver is currently not in existence, right? So that's why we are, by being the founder of EXIP, that's why we have founded this EXIP project. This EXIP ecosystem is custom built to the needs of an individual, private or government institution. This EXIP token is a agnostic usage and governance token, releasing initially based in the Binance chain. So EXIP project is designed to decentralize the internet and overcome the monopolistic power control over domain names and top level domains, right? So it's a blockchain DNS solution where agnostic NFT is preferred by you identifies your domain and top level domain. And so the owner of the respective domain and top level domain has complete control of its usage and even the provisioning of new domain names and subdomains. So, what we have created the EXIP browser and the extension, which will enable users to access blockchain-based DNS technologies, where everything progresses with a zero knowledge policy, right? Even the laymen can understand and they can make use of it. So users will have to install the EXIP browser or install the EXIP browser extensions to the existing browser and access decentralized domains. In addition, there will be a bridge to support the traditional domains even. So this project we have designed by multinational teams and partners of experts in blockchain technology, cybersecurity, and fintech industry. And this project that we are trying to implement sooner in the future, and this Synopsis conference will be very useful for many projects like us to present it into the public in a proper way and to grab the attention of the public. So I'm not going to talk much about the project for the moment, and I would like to say thanks for the people of organizers of the Synopsis conference, and I would like to see more and more projects in these few days that we are going to surfing on this conference and so on. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
EXIP ecosystem is designed to decentralize the internet and overcome monopolistic control over domain names and top-level domains. a blockchain DNS solution where agnostic NFTs preferred by you identifies your domain and top-level domain. Accept token is an agnostic usage and governance token released initially based on the Binance chain. Accept tokens will be used to buy, sell and auction domains and top-level domains, while token holders will get staked when domains and TLDs are purchased and auctioned.
In just a couple of seconds, Sharmilan Somasundaram, I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing your surname correctly, CEO at Neutron and partner of Exit will join us. Hi, Sharmilan.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for that intro, and happy to be part with Synopsis and happy to share the experience of the working with experience with the Exif and the blockchain agnostic model. Hope you all are enjoying the Synopsis 2021 from your homes and hoping to see you all in person next year. So let's dive into the topic. So the topic that I am planning to talk today, it's about blockchain agnostic and why we need a blockchain agnostic model. So let's go into the topic. So everyone knows, like whoever attended this Synopsis 2021, hope you all know that we have many blockchains out there in the world. So if you take a one side, it's a positive as we have multiple blockchains out there. But if you take the other side, it's kind of a negative as well. So I'll explain the positive side as well as the negative side. So then you'll get a better understanding why we need a blockchain agnostic model and why we need to build blockchain-based applications on top of a blockchain agnostic model or a protocol. So if you take the positive side, if we categorize each blockchains that we have in the world right now, we can easily categorize these blockchains based on one aspect as use cases. So every blockchain built it for a particular use case, and they are most of the times they are unique, and there are some blockchains that we have similar blockchains for a similar purpose of use cases, but majority, if we take, we have separate blockchains for separate use cases. So if you study from behind the history, like from 2009, when the Bitcoin started, so the use case or the purpose of Bitcoin, it's more towards as an asset or a functional asset that we can move money from one person to another person in a more trustable manner. So moving an asset or a money from two untrusted parties in a trustable manner. So that is basically the use case of blockchain, Bitcoin blockchain. But when it comes after that, like 2014, 15, when the huge breakthrough happens, when the Ethereum comes into the market, the use case or the purpose of Ethereum, even though people are using it as an asset still, but the main purpose of Ethereum is to build as a dApps. So, or building a blockchain-based applications or running blockchain-based applications on top of Ethereum as called dApps, as a decentralized apps. So that is the main use case of Ethereum, that we can build smart contracts, so we can host our original logics on top of a blockchain and we can run it. But after some time, we see like we have like plenty of blockchains nowadays. So Stellar comes after that, like that is we use mostly as a microtransaction based use cases, so microtransaction based applications. And then we have Neo, Cardano, and we have like plenty of blockchains come into the market after that. And also everyone knows that we can expect plenty of potential blockchains that can come into the market in future as well. So we need some solution that we can fulfill the blockchains or the amount of blockchains that we have right now. So I'll tell about the problems later, but we have plenty of blockchains out there. So we need a solution that can fix that issues, as well as that solution need to be more advanced, that it can support the future incoming potential blockchains, or else the blockchain that we are looking forward in futures as well. So these are the more into the positive side. But when we go into the negative side, the multiple blockchains available in the market, it's causing them huge troubles when it comes to, as a blockchain developer or blockchain architect, it's pretty difficult for them to select which particular blockchain it's needed for a particular use case or a solution. So this is not a major issue when you're building cryptocurrencies or blockchain tokens, so blockchain-based tokens. So this is not a major issue, but the major issue comes is when you're building a blockchain-based applications or building applications that can be used by real-world users that are not only crypto users, but the large-scale market. So this is where the major issues comes. And most of the time that we spend a lot or larger part of the blockchain application development time usually spent for selecting a particular blockchain. The reason is we have plenty, and if you have one or two, it's pretty easy to select it. But we have plenty, and it's very difficult to choose which is perfect for us. And the reason that we spend most of the time to select it is it's not only about we have plenty, but the problem is if we select a wrong one, it will take a lot of time for us to rebuild that in another blockchain. And it always comes as a building from scratch again. And that is one of the major issues, as well as the second thing is as a blockchain developers or a project team or a team that are going to build blockchain applications, they usually learn a particular blockchain. For example, if they're learning Ethereum and they see that there's another blockchain comes, as a developer, you need to go through this learning curve again and again as a loop kind of a circle for unlimited number of times, because you know there are plenty of blockchain comes in future as well. Even though the base things or the most of the things are similar in every blockchain, but still there's a learning curve that you need to learn to build up applications in a proper manner on top of that blockchain. So it's more like if you're talking in a technical term, it's more like how we are learning a programming languages. We have plenty of programming languages, and if you learn one, it's very easy to learn the other one, but still you have to learn that one. So that learning curve is there. As we have plenty of blockchains, this is a huge issue as we have to learn everything separately. And the next one is, as I mentioned, if you are building it on a particular blockchain and if you're moving to the other one, the cost, time, and the effort is going to be in a huge stake as if you're not selected the blockchain correctly. So what is the solution? So we need a single solution that can solve these issues, as well as we need that solution is more adaptable for the future incoming blockchains as well. So the single and the most prominent solution that we have right now is to go with a blockchain agnostic model. So a model that can able to, a single solution or a single model that can able to access multiple blockchains, and users can easily build applications on top of multiple blockchains by using a single technology or tool. So that will solve the issues that we're facing, as people don't need to think which blockchain to select it. They can quickly jump and quickly build an application on one blockchain, and they can easily switch to other blockchain. And if they feel that this blockchain is not suitable for them, or it is more costly, or it is too slow, so whatever the reason that they are facing, they can easily able to jump to the other blockchain. So this is one of the reasons that we built at Niftron as a blockchain agnostic platform. And this is the one key reason that Exip partnered with Niftron to build their blockchain agnostic NFTs and blockchain agnostic tokens. So the benefits the benefits that Exip is getting by using a blockchain agnostic token. So I'll talk about the tokens later. I'll talk about the NFTs now. So the main benefit that they're getting by using a blockchain agnostic NFTs is, as they are telling us, the decentralized solutions, they're making the internet decentralized, and they are making the people to buy the domains and have the ownership with full control of the ownership with them. So they want to go another step that is not achieved or not done by any other competitors or any other more of any other blockchain applications. They want to give the users to select which blockchain their token is going to be, or which blockchains their NFT should be. So they are providing that facility to the users, the end users, to decide, okay, I want my tokens to be in Ethereum. Or some users can come and say that I want my tokens to be in Stellar. So that facility they are providing to the users to decide where their tokens should be. So this is two reasons that we can take it. So one side is there are crypto people that we know who are believers or fans of particular blockchains. So there are people who diehard fans of Ethereum and they want their tokens to be on Ethereum. So when you're targeting that kind of a users, you can simply build an application on Ethereum and go ahead with that. the applications like XIP or applications that we are building for most of the real world problems, we have a large set of audience. In that larger set of audience, a small percentage of people who are crypto people or people who are into cryptos for a long time. But majority of the other side is the people who don't know about crypto or they don't want to know about crypto as they want that problem to be solved for them by using blockchain. So when we're building solutions for this kind of issues, we need to build solutions that can satisfy the blockchain people as well as satisfy the non-blockchain or the traditional users that are going to use these applications. So for example, when XIP is launched this one, so the people who are coming to create NFTs, TLDs based on NFTs or its domains based on NFTs, they mostly go and select, they have the option to select which blockchain they want to go ahead. So currently it's launched with Stellar blockchain, Ethereum blockchain, and Binance Smart Chain. And in future also, it's going to be launched in multiple other blockchains, as well as is any other prominent blockchain that comes into the market. The community can decide to use that particular blockchain to host their tokens as well. So for example, if a user comes, for example, if the Ethereum fan or people who are into crypto, if they comes and see that, okay, I have my NFTs or TLD should be, I want that to be in Ethereum based one. So the reasons maybe they can say that they want to trade these things in OpenSea or something. So they can directly go with that and then they can mint their tokens in a real time through that blockchain agnostic model and they can get it. So once they're getting that, the problem comes is that it will be cost them for like $50 to $70 per minting, as the Ethereum gas fees and things were too costly and it will take a bit of time for them to mint it and transfer to their accounts as well. But if you take other side, if there's a user comes and they don't worry about which blockchain their token is based on, but they want to have the ownership of their domains or TLDs, they can directly go with Stellar. So the reason is it's only they're going to spend $2 to $2 to $3 to mint that particular NFT in that Stellar blockchain, and they can easily get that ownership. So there's a huge contrast. So people sometimes they want low cost and they want the ownership and different benefits of the solution. The target audience may differ depends on the benefits that they're getting, and based on that, the selection of the blockchain also will differ. But we can't just go by one blockchain because, for example, if XIP is just going by Ethereum, and once they launch the massive market, then people are not going to buy tokens that are for $70 as a Ethereum-based NFTs because that is too costly for a layman user who don't know about blockchain, but even though they don't know about the domains and they want the benefits. So for them, is $2 or $3 domain names are more benefit, and they're going to get the same benefits that are getting by Ethereum and here as well. So the only thing is that token is on Ethereum and they can do more tradings and options, but these users, they don't want to do that. So the advantage is it's not restricted by the, as a company, as a XIP, or else as a portal, as an Nephron, but the decision is end of the user is making the decision. So this is more decentralized than depending on a particular blockchain and telling that, okay, we are only issuing through Ethereum and you have to have your tokens based on Ethereum. This is more like giving the user, okay, we are building a blockchain-based decentralized NFTs. You decide where your NFTs want to be or going to be. So they can decide where they want to mint it. So whether they want to mint it in Ethereum or Stellar. So this is one of the major benefits. And the other thing is, in future, for example, if Ethereum is going to fail, I'm not saying that it will fail, but there are chances that it can fail because of the future technologies coming into the market, such as technologies such as we are getting as quantum computers and different technologies that can come into the market and that can break these solutions as well. Maybe it can happen, maybe it won't happen. But those are the known problems or the known roadblocks that we are seeing. But in future, there may be different things can come and destroy a particular blockchain or a particular multiple blockchains based on a particular technology. But what is the advantage for XIP is they don't need to build everything from scratch again. They can simply go and switch to another blockchain that are more prominent into the market. They can simply switch it without waiting Ethereum to come and fix it. So for an example, like current days, we are waiting for Ethereum to launch the 2.0. But in a case that if you are going blockchain agnostic, we don't much wait for that. We can simply switch to another blockchain that is more cost effective and fast. We can easily able to switch it. So these are the benefits you can easily get by using a blockchain agnostic model. And also as they are using blockchain agnostic, there's a huge benefit that they can give as a feature as a cross-chain transactions. So for example, you're buying a token in Stellar and you're keeping it, and then later you feel that, okay, I want to trade this in OpenSea or any Ethereum-based markets or any other blockchain-based markets. They don't want to go and create a new NFTs. They can simply cross-chain these NFTs to the other chain, and they can go ahead with that. So which is one of the other benefits if you're using as a blockchain agnostic model that you can easily able to achieve. So these are the main benefits by using a blockchain agnostic model. And so that is what I want to convey today to all, that the benefits of blockchain agnostic models and blockchain agnostic portals, and the way that we build blockchain agnostic models through Neftron, and as a blockchain as a service platform, how we build these blockchain agnostic models, and how Exib got benefited from that to launch their NFTs based on blockchain agnostic NFTs. And also they are going a step ahead. This is one of the first projects that are launching from Neftron as a blockchain agnostic tokens itself. As a crypto tokens, it's going to be as a blockchain agnostic tokens. You can have your tokens in Ethereum, you can have your tokens in Stellar, you can have your tokens in Binance Smart Chain. So currently it's launching in Binance Smart Chain, and later it's going to be launched step by step into other blockchains. So again, users have the full decentralization decision making to select where their tokens want to be or where they won't have their tokens. So that is pretty much about my talk, and thank you everyone for listening, and hope you all are enjoying this Synopsis 2021, and keep enjoy the rest of the sessions as well, and stay safe. And it's good to join virtually and in these times, and hope you all are staying safe, and looking forward to seeing all of you in person at Synopsis 2022. Thank you.
And now Evan Piran, Head of Public Relations at Exip, will close this amazing set.
Spasiba, Maria. Thank you very much for that introduction. Glad to be here. And I appreciate and thank the Synopsis team for putting this together. My name is Evan Pereira. I am the community manager and relationship manager for Exip. I've been asked to tell you a little bit about Exip and what we are about. But a brief idea about what really turns me on about this whole Exip project at this point in time. I've always been a person who is not very fond of being controlled by anybody, whether that is the government, whether that is a big corporation, anybody for that matter who exerts so much of control over our lives and basically gets us to do what they want us to do. Now, this was pretty evident in the last couple of years. It has been really evident with, let's take the COVID situation. I mean, everybody has used this as a way to monopolize their power, as a way to block people from doing certain things, as a way to censor their speech. I mean, even to the point of censoring the president of the United States at one time. All right. So what we have come up with at Exip is a possible solution to one little aspect of life, and that's the internet, more specifically the domain names. And the fact that it started off a long time ago with a little bit of control and a little bit of design and control by a couple of organizations, and then grew up to be a global phenomena, and still today is controlled by these two supposedly nonprofit organizations, supposedly that don't have an axe to grind with anybody, but yet time after time we have seen them come in and hastily or with influence manage to, I would go as far as to say, destroy countries, organizations, for whatever reasons that they think, or they're forced to think, or they're made to follow, and basically, make their own decisions. So when Exip came up with this concept of, hey, why don't we allow people to have complete autonomous control over their own websites, over their own domain names, and even go as far as their own TLDs, which is the .coms and the .info and the you name it, .biz. But we are still supposed to work within the parameters that were set up for us by ICANN and IANA. So if I wanted to say .evan, for example, I couldn't do it. Or I'd have to pay millions of dollars to get them to approve that and then have it available to the rest of the world. Well, this is the beauty of Exip. This is the beauty of the blockchain. This is the beauty of combining the two to come up with our own special blockchain-based version of registering and creating and having ownership of domain names and TLDs. So this is a very exciting time for us to be able to give this to the world. And we hope that it'll be received well, and that over time that people will begin to appreciate and realize what Exip and Mobiglotech have given to the world. So why do we need Exip? Well, as I was going through, and Sashi already referred to, the internet is not decentralized as we think it is. It's controlled. especially when we come to websites, which is pretty much, other than email, the websites are what makes the internet function, whether it's Facebook or whether it's, Twitter or whether it's WhatsApp. It ultimately boils down to working on the web and therefore working on domain names or addresses, internet addresses, as some people call it. So on a security and national threat level, or even from a privacy standpoint for individuals, the fact that they have no control over their own destiny is a shortcoming that has not been addressed in 35, 40 years since the internet went online. We are about to change that. Now, certain countries, being the power that they are, have managed to create their own little arenas for themselves, but for the individual, for the even for a big corporate. I mean, for even something like Facebook cannot create their own DNS. So that's what we are all about. So how can EXIP help? Well, EXIP is trying to form a safer internet through blockchain technology, and specifically allowing and coming up with something called an agnostic model, which essentially means that we are not even dependent on a particular type of blockchain. So we might start off with one type of blockchain, and as time goes by, if that blockchain begins to fail, if that blockchain begins to slow down, kind of like Ethereum, we have the option of just moving over to another blockchain. And our EXIP token is also designed to be moved over. So once somebody owns an EXIP token, and let's say originally we are offering it on the Binance chain, and let's say somebody owns a certain amount of EXIP tokens on the Binance chain, and the Binance chain begins to slow down, it becomes expensive. All they simply got to do is inform us, send all their tokens back to us, and we might issue them a new token based on, let's say, the Zilliqa blockchain or some other blockchain that is more functional at that time. And we'll take their coins that they had on the Binance blockchain, we'll burn those tokens and give them a fresh new tokens on a different blockchain. So that, I think, is an absolutely unique tokenomic perspective, because I seriously doubt that anybody else, all the tokens, 10,000 tokens out there, I don't think anybody has come out with that. So we are very excited about that. Also, EXIP is always going to be about community. Rather than even our own selves controlling it, we are going to put it out there. And as the EXIP community grows, as the domains registered under EXIP grows, as the TLDs registered under EXIP grows, we are going to let the community make the decisions. Nobody is going to be able to come in and shut down a website, a TLD, because one person or two people or country do not like it. It'll have to be a community decision. And we have to have that simply because of the fact that there will be people at some point in time that are greatly abusive to both the system and to the rest of the world. A terrorist organization, for example. So at that point in time, it is necessary that we block them. It is necessary that we censor them. So we got the mechanism for that through the community decision-making process. So one of the, going through the benefits of EXIP, the domain ownership is owned actually by the user. It's a one-time payment and they own it for life. Owned through an NFT. They can transfer it at any time they want. They can sell it to somebody. They can let other people in. It's theirs to control, not some unknown so-called non-profit organization who has to give us permission to do so. So once again, EXIP is a complete blockchain-based ecosystem. And we are not going to stop with just the DNS. Once we we will come up with our own browser to access these easier. We will come up with our apps that will be loadable into other browsers in order to access the new domains and the TLDs. We will be putting together hosting facilities so that eventually when a person buys a TLD, it automatically is hosted for a small bandwidth, small wavelength, but they will immediately be online with a presence just by the fact that they're registering and buying their own domain name or TLD. The token economics of our thing is pretty simple. We are going to offer 1/10 the amount of tokens that Bitcoin offered. So it'll be 2.1 million tokens with the current market price of $10. That's what we are starting off with. It's going to be a seriously limited supply at 2.1 million tokens. And one of the wonderful things that we have managed to do and we plan to do is to reward our users. And that's to say, the token holders, except token holders, will buy the fact that they own the tokens, by the fact that they stake the tokens, get to earn money and be a part of the entire Exit network, from the browser to the DNS to the hosting facilities. They will be getting a little bit of a chunk on that. So the Exit token is going to be something phenomenal to hold over time. And well, hodling Exit, I think, would be a fantastic idea for anybody. But let's get through this initial offering. Let's get through selling all the tokens, and let's get this domain name, everything to do with the domain name, and making the internet freer and less controlled and more decentralized, and let that dream start coming through with Accept, blockchain, and the internet. We appreciate your time, and we hope you will join us in this venture of ours. And we look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you.
Exit ecosystem is designed to decentralize the internet and overcome monopolistic control over domain names and top-level domains. A blockchain DNS solution where agnostic NFTs preferred by you identifies your domain and top-level domain. Exit token is an agnostic usage and governance token released initially based on the Binance chain. Exit tokens will be used to buy, sell and auction domains and top-level domains, while token holders will get staked when domains and TLDs are purchased and auctioned.
Current revenue-generating methods don't allow publishers and businesses to offer an enjoyable, ad-free browsing experience. We need a new solution that brings everything together to benefit businesses and users alike. That's why we made Gather. Gather is a blockchain-based network that improves the online experience for users, generates additional revenue for publishers, reduces cloud computing costs for enterprises, and makes running a proof-of-work blockchain easier. Instead of spamming users with ads to generate revenue, Gather runs in the background of your site, and with each user's consent, aggregates their idle processing power. Then it distributes said power to enterprises for cloud computing and to developers for cryptocurrency mining. Publishers receive payment in cryptocurrency or fiat, users get to enjoy an ad-free browsing experience, and developers deploy their secure blockchains without the need to find new miners. Ultimately, it's a virtuous cycle that radically changes digital monetization and revenue generation to provide a superior experience for the end user. Join Gather today to be a part of the future.
Next up is Yudi Su, CEO at Mobify, and his topic is DeFi, the answer to a 500 billion problems. Sound intriguing? Yudi, you're up.
All right, so hi everyone, my name is Yudi. I'm the project lead of the Mobify project. So thanks for inviting me for this conference, amazing stuff. Today I'm gonna talk about the topic around how can we actually leverage DeFi to solve some real problems. Now for us, it's the mobility challenges like happening in our daily life. So first of all, let's look at the DeFi market today. And since I think end of 2019 to 2020, especially 2020, there's a boom in the DeFi market. I mean, all these kind of amazing projects have been developed and they even go production, right? So people are talking about this and it's gonna be the future. And here, I'm just giving an example in the Ethereum network, and there'll be, Binance Smart Chain, many others. Look at the DeFi categories, right? So we have payments, we have KYC, identity, investing, prediction markets, derivatives, stable coins, all these kind of amazing stuff around us. And if we look at the traditional finance industry, you will notice that it's almost the same thing. It's been there for 100 years, right? So we also have KYC, you also have investing, you have all these prediction markets, stable coins, dollar, euro, right? So credits, lending, you have all the big banks, big insurance companies, Visa, Swift, or MasterCard, all these payment companies. So the question here I'm asking you guys is, what we have achieved in the crypto market, in the DeFi market, right? So it's kind of the same compared to the traditional financial industry. But what we are missing here is something that links to our daily lives. So I'm going to give you a very simple example about how traditional business or traditional financial industry they are doing, besides the thing that we already achieved in the crypto markets. So for example, there's a Dutch company, XYZ BV, right? So they are creating some products which needs a material from Australia, let's say a metal, right? So they want to import metal from another company, ABC Limited in Australia. So what happened today is XYZ, they don't have the money to buy this material or to pay this in advance. And the ABC company, because it's international trade, they don't want to just give away their products and wait for the money later, right? Here comes the bank. Just an example, ING Bank is one of the biggest banks in the Netherlands, and they provide all kinds of services, and credit lending is one of them. So what's going to happen is ING Bank is going to provide letter of credit or just lend some money to XYZ company in the Netherlands. And this company is going to use the money to buy the raw materials for his factory from ABC in Australia. And of course, after receiving the money, ABC company in Australia will ship the material to the Netherlands so that we can do some production here, right? So on one side, it provides jobs for the market because the factory needs, employees, workers. On the other side, they create a product that we're gonna consume, we're gonna buy in the supermarket, for example. So this is some real problem that the traditional finance industry are solving, but which it's kind of lacking in today's DeFi market or the DeFi industry. So looking at the DeFi industry, today, all these amazing achievements, amazing projects, but most of them, they lead to, mostly trading, cryptocurrency, maybe borrowing and lending, but why do you borrow? Because you borrow the cryptocurrency because you want to invest in another cryptocurrency, yield farming, all these kind of things still around trading, basically. And there's very, very little, achievements or tangible projects have been done or completed to help something in our real life. So this is the challenge we're facing in the DeFi industry. So I'm asking myself, right? So everybody should ask yourself, if you are working in the crypto industry, are we really, going to replace the centralized finance system, right? We're replacing the bank. We're gonna, make it decentralized so that everyone can, get funded, get the money, get a bank account, sort of thing like that. But we really need to add some value to the society, because without moving, going to the real tangible businesses, it's just the same money floating in the pool, right? So, or maybe more and more money if the government continue to print all the monies. That's going to create a lot of inflation problems, and it does not generate much value to the society, right? It's just the money in the pool, and the rich guys is going to still getting rich. So that's not what we want. So what are the efforts do we, in Mobify, have tried trying to push the DeFi to the next level to make it more tangible? So allow me to just use a few minutes to introduce the project we're doing in Mobify. So we are creating a more sustainable mobility future by changing people's way of traveling, right? With our innovative monetization on their dormant capital and mobility data. What does it mean? So we do basically two things. On one side, we are turning those dormant mobility capital. Think of your transportation cards. You top up, €100, $100 into it, and then use it to take the public transportation, subways, tram, buses, etc. Right? So, but the money, once you put it in, it's kind of locked in there. You can't touch it anymore, right? The money is going to be leveraged by those card company or some organization behind it. They operate billions of dollars every year to make money out of money, but that's our money. It's not their money, right? So, and by using this innovative monetization, to incentivize actually to let people change their way of traveling, so that we can continue to make this happen towards a more sustainable mobility future, because it's very, very hard to change people's behavior. So I'm going to show you the problem that we are trying to solve, right? So till today, there's no concrete solution to tackle unsustainable travel. And you want to change people's behavior, that's extremely difficult because mobility is irrational, right? So I want to get from A to B. I want to drive because I don't care. Probably I want to even, just pay a little bit more, but I don't care because I have my own space. It's very, very convenient. So it's very difficult to change people's behavior without a proper, very attractive monetization way. So we found out that actually very interesting. The mobility industry is one of the biggest prepaid markets. That's crazy, right? So there are over 200 billion and even more dormant capital, which is locked in your transport cards. I'll give you an example. In London, they have an Oyster card system, right? So everybody goes to London, they will buy the Oyster card. I even have one in my wallet. I went there in 2018, 2019, but I never go back again. So I still have like 20 pounds in it. And in 2019, before COVID, right? So there are over 400 million pounds unclaimed capital. Nobody ever touched the money. It's kind of dead money in there. It's crazy. So it's a huge market, a lot of money that is locked in, right? So how can we leverage those money? So there comes our solution. So we want to turn this locked money, we tokenize them with the blockchain technology and make a bridge between a closed system into a public blockchain network. So we created a zero token technology. So we have a permission ledger, which handles all the mobility transactions and tokens. As you can see here, we call it Smile token in the mobility ecosystem. They can use it to pay any kind of mobility they want. We also create a bridge which can actually allow people to swap their Smile token into our Mobify token, or in the future can be any other cryptocurrencies as well, to do all the investment in the crypto and the DeFi space. And to use this is very simple, just as you use your transport card. People can just top up the mobility credit. Now it's not a plastic card anymore, it's in your mobile phone. The smartphone or smartphone should be support that, right? So very easily you use your euro or dollar or the fiat to top up your credits as a Smiles, and then you can purchase mobility service. And if you want earn some yields, you swap it to Mobify token. And you can also swap back if you earn some yields and interest. So what we offer here, to summarize, is basically three things. The most important stuff is, of course, the zero token technology. And here I want to emphasize on why do we choose a zero token system? Because one of the challenge, like a lot of crypto projects, they are really, it's very difficult for them to enter the traditional businesses because the laws, the regulations, the compliance problems, right? So in order to solve that, to mitigate that, so that we can work with those big mobility players like public transport operators, bus operators, subway, all these kind of companies, we make sure that we don't let them touch the cryptocurrency directly, right? And they don't, even if they want to, compliance-wise, regulation-wise, they cannot. And on the other side, even everything allows them to do so, there's still going to be a problem because the price of the cryptocurrency goes up and down crazily. Yeah. Remember last week, the price of Bitcoin goes like $10,000 like a week up and down. It's crazy. You can't use that to pay your bus tickets, right? So it's impossible. So that's why we introduce a stable token system inside a permission ledger, which is completely controlled in the mobility ecosystem. So all the mobility service provider can be onboarded and start to accept this token as a regular payment. That's why the dual token technology to solve the the volatile pricing change of the cryptocurrency, as well as bringing compliances so that we can bring in this traditional business into the crypto world. Of course, we're going to provide a mobility as a service app where you can plan your trip, book your travel, services like parking, e-scooters, etc., to make your life easier. In the same time, use the app to swap your token, make an investment, all these kind of things will coming along as well. And last but not least is the sustainable transport hub we're going to offer in the future. So this is actually a winning idea of the third Dutch mobility hackathon, where actually the whole idea of Mobify came out. Right? So we're actually going to turn all these underused parking spots, right? So your private parking spots into a park and ride facility. Because people living in Europe, they will know in big cities, around big cities, we have park and ride facility. Those are huge parking lots. You can park hundreds, thousands of cars. And you pay only €1 or even free to park your car for one day if you take the public transport to go to the city center. Our idea is very similar on this proven solution, but we can actually leverage any kinds of parking spots and turn them into a park and ride facility, which can save the government billions of euros and years of construction of such facility. As long as there are alternative mobility services like e-scooters, e-bikes around this transport hub, around these parking spots, the solution can happen. Basically, we don't need a big train station or bus stop to make this happen. So this is what we offer in Mobify. So thanks everyone. So this is Mobify, the green path for mobility. If you are interested, feel free to contact us. And as an entrepreneur, right, as a forerunner for in the crypto industry, I really think that we should take the responsibility to create some value for the society. Thank you very much.
Imagine a lake with clear water and unpolluted air. Imagine a website with real news and no hidden, unlabeled, sponsored articles masquerading as real news. That place exists, and it's called Be in Crypto, the first and only cryptocurrency news portal to provide complete transparency and honest news. Pure, relevant, informative. Are you in?
And next we have two speakers. They are Raj and Mindy from Scala. Guys, you're up.
Hi, my name is Mindy John, Chief Operating Officer at Scala, the world's first regulated DeFi banking application designed to bridge the fiat crypto divide. We offer a range of 10 products to the customer. These products are Scala Earn, which allows collateralized lending or borrowing using cryptocurrencies, Scala NFT, that allows for buying, selling, and leveraging digital content in a built-in NFT marketplace, Scala bank accounts for customers' daily use in both GBP and euros, Scala cards, which can be physical or virtual cards for customer use, Scala Pay, that account holders can pay for goods or services using either cryptocurrencies or DeFi tokens, Scala multi-currency wallets that facilitate the storage of multi-fiat currencies to be used for daily transactions, Scala money transfer that enables account holders to send fiat to anyone, anywhere utilizing crypto, Scala Exchange, which is a platform that allows users to convert crypto or DeFi tokens to fiat or vice versa, Scala cold wallets, where one can store and exchange fiat or crypto directly from cold wallets, and finally, Scala Chain that enables cross-chain financial applications on the Polkadot ecosystem.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. This is Raj Bagadi, founder and CEO of Scala. Scala is the world's first DeFi-powered bank. We are trying to bridge the gap between DeFi and traditional banking services. The problem we are trying to solve is well aware to a lot of people. Most of the investors store their cryptocurrencies in their hardware wallet or in their personal wallet. They use these cryptocurrencies in their everyday life. They have to move this crypto from their personal wallets into an exchange, convert the crypto to fiat, withdraw the fiat into their bank account, and they have to use this fiat money in their everyday use. Users have to follow a long process. It takes time and money to use all these applications. There is no platform exists where a user can convert from crypto or DeFi straight into a bank account in one application in one window. The opportunity for Scala is quite huge because number of crypto users are increasing every year, and the DeFi TVL has increased a lot in the last 12 months. It's more than 8,000%. We are coming into the market to provide our services to bankable population of around 147 million, which includes people who are living in other countries who have right to live in Europe. Our plan is to expand ourselves into more countries and provide our services to global unbanked population of 1.7 billion. The services we provide in Scala are when a user finishes their KYC and AML, users will get an option to have a GBP bank account and also a EUR bank account where users can use these accounts just like any high street bank account. These accounts can be used to store their fiat currencies, use those currencies in their everyday life, getting salaries, making payments, direct debits, etc. All these accounts comes with instant virtual cards, and accounts also comes with physical debit cards, which will be delivered to them in a few days. We added DeFi to these bank accounts where users can convert their fiat into crypto, and then they can earn interest on the crypto over a period of time with an APY of around 10 to 12%. We also support NFT banking, where users can buy, sell, and leverage their NFT through our banking services. We're also planning to launch our own Scala chain. It's a substrate-based blockchain in Polkadot ecosystem where DeFi projects or businesses or institutions can avail our APIs and provide our services to their customers. This is our Scala architecture, where a user or a merchant or a business can come to Scala app and can get bank accounts and crypto wallets. These bank accounts can be used as daily bank accounts, which they get from high street bank accounts. these accounts also support remittance if the user wants to send funds out of these accounts to their loved ones anywhere in the world, or merchants or businesses who wants to pay money to their clients anywhere in the world. User can use our integrated remittance option, which will remit the funds out of these accounts to their loved ones or clients instantaneously. We're also working on a technology called Scallop Pay, where users can walk into store or online, can pay goods and services using any crypto by scanning a QR code. At the same time, merchants who got business accounts from us can accept payments in crypto, either online or in store. This is our entire fintech application, and this fintech application is powered by DeFi in the backend, where we integrated several DeFi protocols like Compound, Aave, and DYDX. Is the world's first DeFi powered bank, and we have some of the key features. Our users can get both banking and DeFi services in one application. People can store both crypto and fiat in one place. People can access DeFi using bank accounts, and people can have full control of their keys because users can integrate any hardware wallet like Ledger or Trezor into Scallop application and can do buy, sell, and exchange directly between the hardware wallet and Scallop banking accounts. Some of our features are Scallop Earn. Users can deposit fiat and crypto deposits and can earn interest to our Compound protocols. We support NFT banking, support exchange between not only crypto and fiat, but also DeFi tokens and liquidity pool tokens to fiat as well. Scallop Point is an ERC-based Ethereum token. We have several use cases. Some of them are users can pay their exchange fee, monthly management fee, and also users can pay their payment and transaction fee as well. We provide both GBP and IBAN accounts in UK and Europe. We provide instant virtual cards to these accounts, and we provide physical cards as well. We have two types of banking accounts. One is basic and other one is elite. Basic account is free to use, whereas elite account comes with extra rewards and benefits. Users can get metal titanium cards and exchange rates are less. Elite members will also get the benefit of reward account, reward benefits like international travel insurance, lounge access, and etc. Users can send crypto and receive crypto instantaneously into their wallets. Users can send fiat and receive fiat as well into their accounts have we support fast payments and instant SEPA. Yeah, users can have full control of their keys and crypto. We offer our own hardware wallet manufactured in Taiwan based on German technology. Users can get one from us and can buy, sell, and exchange crypto directly between hardware wallets and banking accounts. We are regulated, secured, and insured. We are developing our own Scallop chain, which will be coming next year. At the moment, we're coming into UK and Europe, and we will be expanding soon internationally. We are coming into Asia next year. Our roadmap is to bring our product into the market by end of August or September first week, and then launch more tokens and launch Scallop Pay around November of this year and expand ourselves into more countries next year. The team is made up of diversified people coming from different fields. People got experience in crypto, fintech, blockchain, and technology. We have a very good set of advisors coming with a wealth of knowledge from fintech, regulatory, and compliance. And we have experts coming from crypto and DeFi as well who are supporting Scallop. We're incubated in Mahadav. We are backed by several crypto-based industry prominent venture capitalists. Yeah. Our purpose is to bridge the gap between DeFi and traditional banking services. Our vision is to bring DeFi and cryptocurrencies into mainstream use, and our mission is to accelerate the world's transition to more like a decentralized financial system. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much.
The global economy is in a state of flux. Technological changes happen at the drop of a beat, with adoption of innovations accelerating at unprecedented rates, steadily increasing the rhythm of our daily lives and demanding a new cadence in which we live, work, and invest. Blockchain technology offers a new paradigm in sharing information, while improving cybersecurity, scaling efficiencies, and creating value. As the world's largest digital assets exchange, OKEX helped to shape the future of this exciting market, helping you to make sense of the dynamic flows of information and developments, connecting you with the most relevant market opportunities. In a world of fast-paced technological change, OKEX is defining blockchain, redefining markets, and offering more options to traders. It's okay to be more resolute. It's okay to be more daring. OKEX.
Sadly, this was the last day of Synopsis 2021 Hard Trends. These 5 absolutely amazing days passed just in a blink. But let me remind you that Synopsis 2021 is a quarterly event, so Colibri Group and CoinDAO will host a new edition already this fall. Also, don't miss local events by Colibri Group and our partners. I would like to thank you, all the viewers and amazing speakers, for joining us. And of course, special thanks to my co-host Lihan Lee, CTO and co-founder of Zango, the Asia's leading DeFi rating agency. And let me remind you that summit organizers are the blockchain consultancy company Colibri Group and cryptocurrency calendar CoinDAO.org. Summit co-organizers are the rating agencies Zango and the Commission of Blockchain Technologies and Digital Economy of All Russian Public Organization Investment Russia. Diamond sponsors are Algorand, Exip, and ARPA-Chain. Gold sponsors are Gather, Bella Protocol, and Veracity. Key partners are Exmo, Theta Network, Theta TV, Freeton, Ton Labs, Plasma Network, Stake Technologies, Hashspace, Listing Help, Blockchain Live, Being Crypto, Being Bond, G2TX, Trustbase, Verus, Gate.io, Aave, Aergo, and of course Binance. Synopsis 2021 is over. It's time for After Party with Joe D. Wild, our guest star from France. He traveled all over the world and shared his music live. And for the first time, and for only participants of Synopsis 2021, the unrivaled Joe will host an online after party where you will get to know his powerful charisma and incredible talent. We have literally a few minutes to go. The organizers have decided to make a nice surprise for all the summit viewers. The after party will be open for everyone. However, aside from the announced prizes, holders of the business, exclusive and enthusiast tickets will share a big prize pool to be drawn in the coming days. So stay tuned and visit the interactive zone. Right now, a number of events are available there, including the ones from Ton and Veracity. We are Maria Stankiewicz, Lihan Lee, and Jan Havansky. See you this fall.
This planet is at a tipping point. The headlines seem to agree. In fact, it might be the only thing we can agree on. We seem to be caught in the same old pattern of booms and busts, haves and have-nots. Pushed to the brink by COVID-19, we find ourselves more divided than ever. And despite staggering sums of money being printed, many continue to struggle. We simply can't afford to wait for the pattern to repeat itself. Today, people are choosing open platforms powered by blockchains, ensuring money flows through the hands of everyday people.
Institutional investors are getting engaged.
A new wave of global institutions are investing in Bitcoin and blockchain technology, while demand for cryptocurrencies has reached historic heights, forever changing the way we give to the causes we care about and how we exchange, earn, and spend. The future is decentralized. The world is moving forward. We're building new systems to increase the freedom of money for everyone. But it'll take all of us working together to push past the tipping point.
We have a Binance Smart Chain that's finally released a $100 million fund for the Binance Smart Chain ecosystem community.
I think that Bitcoin is the solution to 7.8 billion people's problems. They just don't know it yet.
We can watch the world change, or we can change the world.
Current revenue-generating methods don't allow publishers and businesses to offer an enjoyable, ad-free browsing experience. We need a new solution that brings everything together to benefit businesses and users alike. That's why we made Gather. Gather is a blockchain-based network that improves the online experience for users, generates additional revenue for publishers, reduces cloud computing costs for enterprises, and makes running a proof-of-work blockchain easier. Instead of spamming users with ads to generate revenue, Gather runs in the background of your site, and with each user's consent, aggregates their idle processing power. Then it distributes said power to enterprises for cloud computing and to developers for cryptocurrency mining. Publishers receive payment in cryptocurrency or fiat, users get to enjoy an ad-free browsing experience, and developers deploy their secure blockchains without the need to find new miners. Ultimately, it's a virtuous cycle that radically changes digital monetization and revenue generation to provide a superior experience for the end user. Join Gather today to be a part of the future.
Imagine a lake with clear water and unpolluted air. Imagine a website with real news and no hidden, unlabeled, sponsored articles masquerading as real news. That place exists, and it's called Be in Crypto, the first and only cryptocurrency news portal to provide complete transparency and honest news. Pure, relevant, informative. Are you in?
May 7th, 2020. Freeton was created by 13 big validator companies from all over the world. A completely decentralized world created by the power of community. Freeton has never had any particular owner. It doesn't have an ICO. All funds from the givers serve as the reward for the useful and important for the network actions via competition-based contests. Freeton got very big partners. After having engaged 1,000 partners, Freeton will have 1 billion of users. Do you want to become part of that? You can. Enter the contests. Offer your contest to the community. Engage partners with big audience. Or just buy tokens and take part in staking. Are you ready to join the decentralized world? We are waiting for you.
XIP ecosystem is designed to decentralize the internet and overcome monopolistic control over domain names and top-level domains. A blockchain DNS solution where agnostic NFTs preferred by you identifies your domain and top-level domain. XIP token is an agnostic usage and governance token released initially based on the Binance chain. XIP tokens will be used to buy, sell and auction domains and top-level domains, while token holders will get staked when domains and TLDs are purchased and auctioned.
Did you know you can earn passive interest on your digital assets? With Aave, you can lend and borrow cryptocurrencies through an easy, secure DeFi protocol. Lenders deposit tokens and receive an interest-earning representation called A tokens. Deposit USDC and receive A USDC. Deposit DAI and receive A DAI. You can withdraw your assets at any time. The interest earned on A tokens will vary based on market supply and demand. Deposits sit in a global liquidity market, meaning that when demand is high, interest rates increase. This all happens automatically, without having to actively manage or monitor your position. With Aave, you can take out a loan by depositing collateral to borrow any supported assets. Repay the loan, along with any incurred debt, to unlock your original deposit. With passive interest paid in real time, it's no wonder Aave has aggregated billions of dollars in deposits to date. Head over to aave.com to get started today.
The global economy is in a state of flux. Technological changes happen at the drop of a beat, with adoption of innovations accelerating at unprecedented rates, steadily increasing the rhythm of our daily lives and demanding a new cadence in which we live, work, and invest. Blockchain technology offers a new paradigm in sharing information, while improving cybersecurity, scaling efficiencies, and creating value. As the world's largest digital assets exchange, OKEX helped to shape the future of this exciting market, helping you to make sense of the dynamic flows of information and developments, connecting you with the most relevant market opportunities. In a world of fast-paced technological change, OKEX is defining blockchain, redefining markets, and offering more options to traders. It's okay to be more resolute. It's okay to be more daring. OKEX.
The Nervos Common Knowledge Base, or CKB, innovates on Bitcoin's proof-of-work store-of-value security model. Bitcoin's proof-of-work has delivered ever-increasing security for more than 10 years without a single successful hack. Miners are paid a fixed BTC amount to secure the network, and as BTC's price increases, so do the rewards, attracting more miners and increasing security. Smart contract platforms, like Ethereum, support multiple assets, expanding the scope of blockchain applications. But when these assets increase in value, there is a greater incentive to attack the platform, but no increased incentive to maintain security. This is because security is paid in ETH, and the price of ETH is independent from these other assets. To be a multi-asset store-of-value platform, the security of the network needs to grow with the value of the assets it protects. Nervos CKB does this by capturing the total network value through its native token, the CK byte, which entitles their holder to storage on the blockchain. In this way, it is equivalent to land ownership. As demand for land to store assets on CKB increases, demand for CK bytes is expected to grow as well. Landowners are taxed for space occupied, while token holders are protected in the Nervos DAO. As more assets are stored, CK byte demand is expected to increase, raising security and raising the attractiveness of storing valuable assets. In a decentralized future, a multi-asset blockchain's value will come from its ability to safely and securely issue and store assets. Sustainable security for a Layer 1 multi-asset platform is therefore essential for long-term success. Much like Bitcoin's network effects and first-mover advantage to become the de facto universal store of monetary value, as the first truly multi-asset store-of-value platform, we see CKB becoming the universal platform for store of assets. CKB, the multi-asset store-of-value focused smart contract platform.